players you looked at, safeties and edge rushers.
Yeah, so we looked at the losses that the Seahawks had, and I just tried to fit them into where they're projected as far as where they go, and so safeties now. And I'll say this, the guy I picked is AJ Halsey from LSU. Not a super burner, he has a 4.5 240. He's 206 feet tall, 222 pounds. He smokes people though.
You say 6 feet tall?
Yeah. He smokes people. I mean, he is, but, that's also kind of his downfall in that, he goes all in and like he does the master blaster thing and he's really physical and he just looks like he loves football and he likes knocking people out. That doesn't work in the NFL. So he's going to have to change that.
He's got to learn to wrap up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But, 8 interceptions in the last couple of years. And, of course, I'm talking about him because of Kobe Bryant. Being with Chicago Bear now. But, yeah, that's the one thing I would say. But he makes every kind of tackle. He's supposed to go somewhere in the second or third round. So I just thought, I'll look at guys that are kind of in that range that might still be there. And, he's nasty. And the other thing is, like, I saw him make a tackle where he just kind of reached and just clicked the guy's ankle. Like he was sort of out of reach of the ball carrier. And he just reaches and just flicks his ankle and just gets him tumbling. So, yeah, there's a lot to like about him. Kobe Bryant, he was the Jim Thorpe award winner.
Yeah.
Best defensive back in the nation. So, yeah, it's going to be tough to replace him. But, I like the way he plays. He's really physical. But I think that is some kind of that's an adjustment that he's going to have to make when he gets in the pros, like you said, wrap up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and we'll see, what kind of urgency John and those guys feel to replace Kobe, or if they feel like, hey, Ty Okada's our guy.
Yeah.
We're good with him. You still need depth, certainly, but I'm wondering if they're looking at Ty Okada as the natural guy to take that spot, or if they feel like, let's see if we can find somebody that's even better.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And they're always trying to get better. And the other thing is, you still got Eamon Ward and you still got Julian Love.
Right.
But, that is, and Ty Okada you mentioned, but, that's a pretty important position on this team. So, those are guys typically that, you have versatility. So that. And then the other one, the edge rusher, looked at T.J. Parker. And, Mike and I had a conversation, Lefko and I, and, Mike brought up a good point that, you got, yeah, can you believe it? No.
Everyone hits now and then.
Yeah. No, but you've got Uchenna. Sounds like D-Law's coming back, and then you got Derek Hall. Mm-hmm. But, D-Law's older. Uchenna has a big, cap hit. And those guys, are they going to be around for another 2-3 years? I don't know. So to look at T.J. Parker, first, second round is where he is supposed to be. They were very, the beast here, the big guide for the Athletic, written by Dane Brugler. He basically, said, hey, he's a guy that's somewhere in that first to second round, 6'4", 263 pounds. He's from Clemson. And his freshman year, he had 5.5 sacks and 12.5 tackles for loss, and that was a school record for tackles for loss. But in 24, he had a much better year. He had 11 sacks and 19.5 tackles for loss as a sophomore. So, but some of the things that he has is he's got that long arm punch that you see really good edge rushers where they get you can extend your one arm much further than two, right? And he gets guys going backwards and then, has pass rush moves off of that if that doesn't beat him. And then, he's playing on the other side of the ball, and he's really good. But the things I see that I saw, and I didn't see this listed as a criticism, he's not great getting off the line of scrimmage. He's kind of a little bit slower, and it's almost like a tick there. And, you see some guys that look like they know what the snap count is. That's not him. The other thing is, and this was something that, some of the mock drafters were saying, that he doesn't have a good plan B when he has a pass rush move.
Right.
Like he can't, a lot of times you try to rip and then you try to swim, and he doesn't get to those next level pass rush moves as smoothly as you know, that you'd like to see. So yeah, there's a couple of guys that it'd be pretty amazing if they actually selected these guys, because I picked them, Bob.
So real quick before the break, either one of these guys do you look at as potentially a day one starter, or you're looking at they're more depth? They'd be nice depth that maybe develop into that down the road.
Yeah, I would say. Well, I mean, look, if they take, let's say, Halsey with the last pick in the draft, a first rounder, probably, but you might expect him to start or significantly contribute.
Right. All right, coming up, we'll set the scene for what to expect over these next few hours tonight as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for Bellevue Rare Coins. I'm really excited to be working with them again. And right now, we're seeing the price of gold at all-time highs. And here's what that means for you. Items you haven't thought about in years can be worth thousands of dollars. Old jewelry, coin collections, gold watches, necklaces, pendants. It's worth finding out what those items are worth during such a strong market. And even broken and used jewelry is more valuable than you think. The folks at Bellevue Rare Coins told me they had a customer stop by because they heard the ad on the radio and said, hey, what the heck, let's see what some of these items are worth. And they walked out of there with thousands of dollars. And Bellevue Rare Coins has expanded to Linwood, Issaquah, and Tacoma, a local established business known for honesty and no pressure evaluations that help you get the most for your valuables. And a lot of people don't realize how valuable some of these items can be. So it's worth stopping in to find out. You can go to, of course, Bellevue Rare Coins. They're also in Linwood, Issaquah, and Tacoma, or go to BellevueRareCoins.com.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC boats are easy to operate and maintain. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC, you have to see it to believe it.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded one new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV. But if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How does your roof look after this winter? Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Spring into action today. Save $3,000 on a new roof, siding, deck, or windows. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Mariners and Cardinals tomorrow in St. Louis. First pitch at 5:15, pregame at 4. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
A rising blast, left field, grand slam, Rosarena!
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a truly elevated experience, you've got to be in a Mariner Suite. A suite is the perfect spot to get your game and celebration on. Birthday, promotion, engagement, company team building that actually team builds. No matter your event, we've got a suite you'll love. Group suites can fit 30 to 400 people for big-time bashes. And private suites offer just that, an upscale experience for more intimate gatherings. All Mariner Suites offer an incredible view of the ballpark, so you can't go wrong. Plus, you and your guests will enjoy premium catering, VIP parking, private Skybridge entry, and more. And season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve your suite today at mariners.com/suites.
Bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead.
Mariners baseball, Trident's up.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Moments away from the beginning of the 2026 NFL Draft. Watching it on TV, seeing tens of thousands of people out there who've been there for hours before. Just standing. Yeah. Just in a mass, too. Shoulder to shoulder. Just.
How long can you stand there, man? I mean, we always talk about outfielders like getting in shape of just standing around, and that game lasts 3 hours. You got these people they've been standing for like an hour and a half
at least.
And when does the draft end? I know our pick is at 8:00.
Yeah. What is it? 7:56.
7:56.
Yeah. Very, very specific.
Way off.
But yeah, look at that. Just an ocean of humanity.
Just standing there.
Just shoulder to shoulder. Ugh.
Yeah, and you know what I always bring up? Where do they go to the bathroom? You see people out there chugging beers.
I don't know. You think the sales...
Lefko pointed to my cup.
You think sales on Depends become... they reach a peak volume out in these cities?
Maybe that's the case.
Yeah, I don't know. That would... imagine you got your spot up front.
But, I was in a bar like this down in Arizona a couple of years ago. And it was crowded like that, where you just had to inch past people.
Yeah.
Go, excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. I mean, it's just, that's how dense the crowd is.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That just doesn't look fun to me.
But it's not. Especially if you're a Jets fan.
Oh,
and you think things are going to turn around.
You're just going to boo whoever it is you draft anyway.
Yeah.
So, but look at that. It's just an ocean of people. Anyway, we are going to take you through every part of this draft starting at 5 p.m. We'll be joined by Brock Huard. Michael Bumpus will join us on the coverage, so you don't have to go anywhere. We got you covered. What do you think? We're being asked by our media guys out there, like, hey, what if they pick at 32? What are they going to do? I don't think they're picking at 32.
Yeah,
I really don't.
So that was your answer?
Well, I said officially I don't think they're making a pick. But if they do, I said Jadarian Price.
Same here.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I said. So, and you see, a lot of the mock drafters have them going there. And they're, it's one thing if you have Joe Blow or Joe Schmagegi.
That's right.
Doing it. But, if you've got guys like Daniel Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks and, And I don't think DJ has Price at 32. It's like 31 or something now because they change. But yeah, I mean that's just the one that would make the most sense.
Which means they won't make that pick.
Which means there's no way.
Yeah,
no way. Just go opposite of that.
Although they did go with Gray Zabel last year. We all thought that's the obvious pick.
It was pretty predictable.
Yeah, and they made the obvious pick, which is rare for them. So I feel like we're looking at it as, well, that's what they need. They need a running back. If they stay there, here's this running back. But as John has told us repeatedly, we have a draft board that is specific to us. It's not for the NFL. It's here's our top 32 or our top 50. And if this guy, Joe Schmagegi, is there, who we've got ranked as the 19th best player, and somehow he's there at 32, we're taking him. And it doesn't matter what position he plays.
Yeah. Well, and I asked him that question about coaches coming in, because I can imagine Brian Fleury coming in there and going, or John asking him, hey, does this guy work in your run game?
No.
Tell me what you see, what you think. So, yeah, and you'd have no idea what they're thinking. But we'll get the two experts in here. We've got college football experts coming in here, Brock Huard and Michael Bumpus.
Or as close as we could get.
Yeah. I'm just talking about Brock. Yeah. No, but they obviously have seen a lot of these players, so and watched every Seahawks game. So, we'll see what happens there. But, yeah, I don't know. It might be one of those by the end of the night that we're just sitting here on our hands the entire time.
Yeah, and then 32 comes, and the commissioner steps up, and the Seattle Seahawks have traded the 32nd overall pick to the blah, blah, blah. So-and-so's now on the clock.
And then we go home and do it again tomorrow.
Talk about what they're going to do with those additional picks they acquired by trading number 32. I wonder what kind of value that has in a draft that, by everybody's estimation, isn't loaded with talent. So it's a weird one, because John said, well, obviously we got 4 picks. We're looking to trade back, which was a pretty bold statement for him. But I don't know, do they get a deal that they feel is worth it? Like, somebody offers them, all right, we'll give you our pick, which is 40th or something, and a 6th rounder. Is that worth it to them? Or are they thinking, no, we want a 5th, or we want somebody who's around 35? Or I'm just wondering where their markers are for that, the value of that pick.
Do the Raiders have the 33rd pick? Are they the first and the second round? I'm trying to remember. But yeah, I mean, if maybe somebody wants to.
Arizona has it.
Oh, it's Arizona.
Yeah,
Raiders. Well, John said he's not. He's not beyond doing business with teams in the division.
Yeah. So yeah. Raiders have the 3rd pick of the second round.
3rd pick.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, it's.
Or no, wait. Excuse me, I screwed that up. I was looking at the 3rd round. Second round, Jets have the 1st pick of the second round, followed by Arizona.
Yeah.
So there you go.
The Jets, number 1, have anything that they want. But,
Jets have the number 2 overall pick. So we'll see there's going to be some intrigue to see we know what the Raiders are doing.
Yeah.
But after that, that's where it gets intriguing. So we'll see. Everybody's primed and ready on the edge of their seat to see how this draft goes. Obviously, the city of Pittsburgh is in full effect out there. I think everybody that lives in Pittsburgh is there.
Yeah.
I don't know what the
well, there's a lot of Steeler fans for sure.
Man.
Jerseys.
Yeah, it is. Every year it's big. I can't wait to see what these final numbers are for the attendance, because every year it gets bigger. And
Lefko, you know what? Bleep you, Lefko.
Lefko telling Davies number 1 once again, giving him the signal. But yeah, we'll see what. I hope the Browns take a quarterback. I think that'd be delightful. Some of these teams is going to be a lot of fun to watch. So our coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft is going to be coming your way next with Bumpus and Brock. Wyman and Bob with you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the 2nd screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Game Wasabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Are you like me where you're just tired of carrying around a pair of readers with you everywhere you go? And if you forget them, you go into a restaurant, you forgot them, you can't read the menu. You go into a store, you forgot them, you can't read the labels. I got tired of it. That's when I went to get a little work done at K2 Vision RLE, and it has been a life changer. And if you add K2 Vision to King LASIK, you get Freedom Vision for every stage of life. LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE adds extra freedom from readers and cataracts. So again, if you're just done with having to have a pair of readers around you, this is the move you make. And more importantly, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect and permanent solution. On top of that, you'll never develop a cataract. With over 400,000 procedures done, Doctors Kopstein and King are two of the most experienced vision correction surgeons in America. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors out there with all of the data to recommend the very best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. That's k2visionrle.com.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community. Not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
The best path at that point was to stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ way.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Everyone's been told the same story about real estate investing. Buy property, deal with tenants, manage construction headaches, and yet Legacy Group Capital, they ignore all of that. Jason Rantz here. Here's what Legacy Group Capital actually does. They lend on real estate. They acquire it, they build it, they develop it, and then they share the profits with investors. It's not complicated. There's no gimmicks. The track record, double-digit returns with zero investor losses. You get the upside of real estate without owning a single piece of it. And right now, Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund, it's offering a fixed 9% rate of return. And yeah, IRAs are accepted. While everyone else is chasing overheated trends, you're locking in a fixed return backed by real assets, managed by real experts. More than 1,300 investors have already put over $350 million to work with Legacy Group Capital. These aren't people who got lucky. They got smart. You can get smart. Call 425-635-4700 or go to legacyg.com. Don't overcomplicate things. Legacy Group Capital.
Listen every morning to Brock and Salk for Need to Know, powered by Marquee Data. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to learn more.
With Popeye's new $6 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $6 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle Sports presentation of the 2026 NFL Draft. First round.
Powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker.
Come on, man!
Here's your host, Bob Stelton.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. The 2026 NFL Draft is about to get underway. Our NFL Draft coverage is powered by Home Comfort Alliance. I am here with Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus. We have got you covered. Pick 1 through the end of the first round here, which would be the Seattle Seahawks sitting there at 32, should they make their pick. We'll talk about that. Currently, Seahawks have the number 32 overall pick, number 64. They've got a third-round pick, which is number 96 overall, and then they've got a pick in the 6th round, which will be pick number 188 overall. And we'll see what they do here. But, Brock, let's start with you. Just some of the storylines in this draft. It feels like, I don't know if it's because the Seahawks are picking 32nd or if it's all the national analysts saying, it's not loaded with talent, it's not a great draft. Feels like it's not quite as – there's not quite that anticipation.
Yeah, I think on a national level it feels like a Seahawks-Patriots Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Just as far as, like, does it have all the star power and all these mega stars and all these quarterbacks? And, yes, Fernando Mendoza is going to be the first pick, but there may not be another QB taken in the first round. And, you know, from all accounts, this is a blue collar. This is like, you know, the value chart would tell you that the best players, the best values, like 40 through 80 in this draft. And then on top of it, like the single best players in this draft are a running back and possibly a safety. Like, and that's not traditional football stuff. Like, I need a tackle and I need an edge and I need a quarterback. But yeah, no, the best player may be the safety from Ohio State or the running back from Notre Dame. So how do you factor those guys in financially with what top 5 picks make? It's a lot of dough for those positions that typically don't get paid the way that quarterbacks and edge and tackle guys do in the NFL.
Beyond what the Seahawks do at 32, what's the most intriguing thing or the thing you're most curious about in this draft?
I want to see what the Jets do. You know, they have that number 2 pick. They got a bunch of picks. You know, they're
going to screw it up.
They probably are, man. They got Geno over there. They're always so interesting because I'm thinking, how are you going to mess this one up? You know, even if you do get talent, you should get talent with that number 2 spot, but which direction are you going to go? Is it going to be Reese? And then I'm looking at a little bonus one. I'm looking at the Cardinals to see what they do with their pick because Love should be available there. You already got 2 running backs over there. To me, it'd be so hard to pass up on Love, but I would understand how they would use that little bait to get a few more picks.
Hey, so Bob and I get you guys to weigh in on this. We just did our prediction. If, you know, the Seahawks, what are they going to do in the first round? Are they going to hold firm? And, you know, to both of us, we both answered draft Jadarian Price. What do you think of that, Bob?
If he's available, I want him. Yeah. I really do. I think that when I look at this offense, there is a spot on the O-line that I think could be addressed. But I think that the wide receiver group is fine. Tight ends are fine. You got your quarterback. You might have some talent in this running back room already, but I'm going to go off of what I've seen as of late. And I've seen Mr. Price break off runs at 58, 42, 32, and just be explosive because that's what you're losing with K9. You're losing about what? He was third in the league when it comes to runs over 15 to 20 yards. Third in the league, so you're losing that. So if he's there, I want to take him, but I completely understand if they move back.
Does anybody believe they're going to make a pick there? I think we all feel –
I think
at least I do, and Dave does feel like they're going to trade out of it.
I think it's 50-50. I don't think it's that much of a given because I don't know how much of the league is going to help the Super Bowl champs. Let's remember that. We are the champs.
Yeah.
Okay? If you want me to sing Queen, I will do it right now. But I'm not going to do that this early, Dave. I took a Xanax. I promised myself not to annoy you because it was in this seat last year that I jumped around like a 10-year-old and I clapped like a clown. Like you're not even looking at me right now.
I hate the clap. I really hate it.
He talks about your clap all
I know.
the time.
Let's see. Let's see.
I got a text
I hear
from
there's
your co-host texted me and said, you know, try not to be too annoyed by Brock.
Yep.
And I'm like, Yeah, I don't think
I hear there's crowds in Kent, in Auburn, in Mukilteo. There's drinking games for how many times I will clap tonight. And I'm going to try to keep everybody totally sober. So no claps for me. But honestly, people are chasing down the Seahawks. Like the Rams, we've seen it all off season. What have their moves been?
Right.
Like we got to top the Seahawks. So I don't know how many people are going to be terribly friendly and business friendly to, those guys that do a really good job. I don't know if they need any more of our fodder. And on top of that, as Bump said, what do the Cardinals do at 3? What do the Rams do at 13? What do the Niners do there in the late 20s? I've got great curiosity about that as it impacts our Super Bowl world champion Seahawks.
So you think if they don't trade out, it's because they couldn't find a partner?
Yes.
It's not that John
absolutely.
John was a little out of character with that statement yesterday, saying, "Well, everybody knows we only got 4 picks, so we're going to be looking to trade back."
Yep.
And Dave and I are going, "All right, is he trying to? Is it a smoke screen? He's trying to throw people off, or do you take him at his word that we want more picks here?"
I think that what I also found interesting was him saying that we have good relationships with everyone in our division. Like he's setting it up to where, look, we're open for business. Come on and get at us. I know we typically don't do business within the division, but let's talk. I think that as the draft goes along, the picture will be painted for us. And I think that before the draft, you take everything these guys say with a grain of salt. I mean, there's a dance that they're doing that I know nothing about. I don't know that two-step, but I know that sometimes they put stuff out there that's not necessarily true, and sometimes it's real. So we got to wait and see.
Yeah, we asked him about that, like how much sort of counterintelligence are you trying to do? And he said he doesn't waste a lot of time on that, but I don't know. With Schneider, I've heard a couple of different things. One is, why would you trade back and get a bunch of picks in a not talented, draft? And then the other thing is, we got a lot of young guys. At one point, I looked at the roster last year, and it was because we traded away. Was it for Shaheed? Was it a second?
Fourth and a fifth.
Fourth and a fifth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and at that point, we were like, yeah, they're pretty.
Well, there's
young.
a reason they did that.
Yeah.
Because they knew that, we'd rather have 12 picks in 27's draft than all these picks in this draft. So while we want to trade down, I don't think you want to trade into the 4th and 5th.
Yeah.
Right. You've already shown we're willing to move from those. If you trade down, let's get something, as I said, between that 40 and 80.
But on the other side, Bump, I heard somebody say Schneider is on a heater. Like he's drafting really well right now, and why would you not let him continue to do work? So I'm kind of balancing those two things because he's been phenomenal lately.
I think that's great that you pointed that out because he did draft K9, got his money. Drafted Boye, he got his money. Reek got his money, and he's done such a good job of adding some depth right throughout all these years. Well, you said like the last maybe 4 drafts. My man's been on a run. So do you let him work? Do you let him do his thing? Well, I mean, we don't let him. He makes his own decisions, right? Is he going to do his thing? I just trust whatever he does at this point, right? I don't question anything that John Schneider does. You win a Super Bowl. You bring over Sam. I thought it was a lateral move. It ends up being a better move than working with Geno. I just throw my hands up and say, John, you just lead us, and then I'll analyze your picks afterwards. But going into it, whatever he wants to do, I'm with it.
Yeah, you just emphasized what I've been saying, Brock, and I'm curious what you think of this. That John's in rarefied air right now. And by the way, the Las Vegas Raiders are officially on the clock right now with about 6:40 to go before their pick. He's in rarefied air where the fan base almost unanimously is just saying, whatever he does, I'm on board. Sign me up. I believe in it. It doesn't have to make sense to me. If he's telling me this is the move, then that's the move. And it's not often a GM for any sports franchise sort of gets that grace from a fan base.
So why? Why has he gotten it? Not because of the results. That's the obvious.
Yeah.
Why has he been on such a heater? I would contend it's Mike McDonald. I would contend that Mike is so clear in what he wants, so concise in what he wants, so very like, hey, these are the groceries, right? They always say that. It's like, hey, here's the groceries, and now you go cook the meal, coach, right? And I think he is so clear in the groceries that he is looking for that John can go find them, and the personnel department can go find them. And I think Pete was awesome in his own ways. He had other trade-offs that were phenomenal. He was a leader of men. He loved the guys. They loved him. But as far as like clarity and conviction of this is what I want, I think that's part of the reason that John and the personnel department have really flourished over the last few years.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus taking you through the entirety of the first round. The Raiders are currently on the clock. We are going to come back with their pick. We'll get you every pick. You're listening to the 2026 NFL Draft right here, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app.
Hello, Seattle. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Mom with Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's Mother's Day weekend giveaway. You could win one of 100 designer handbags filled with prizes on Saturday, May 9th and Sunday, May 10th. Don't forget to book a stay at the new hotel. It's awesome. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Head to snocasino.com for details. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
When you want your grocery run to go further, there's Chef Store. Find food and supplies in sizes that cut down on extra trips and keep kitchens of any size stocked and ready. Open to the public, no membership required. Discover big savings at your local Chef Store today.
Spring is here, Seattle, and now is the smartest time to replace your roof. Trust your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing, a local, family-owned company that knows how to roof in Washington weather year-round. Schedule your free estimate today at 3treeroofing.com to take advantage of spring pricing, shorter wait times, and get $500 off your new roof before the summer rush hits. Our experts come to you, build a clear plan, and give you an estimate that same day. No surprises and no high-pressure sales tactics. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
The Puyallup RV Show is back April 30th through May 3rd. Explore hundreds of new and used RVs, manufactured homes, and get show-only prices. Now through April 29th, buy a ticket online, get another free. Go to PuyallupRVShow.com. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
It's the 2026 NFL Draft.
Live coverage is powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus taking you through the entirety of the first round. We got you covered throughout the entirety of the draft, as a matter of fact. So you guys don't need to go anywhere. The Las Vegas Raiders with the first pick of the draft, and not a big surprise there. We'll get the audio. But
Clint Kubiak is just overjoyed.
He's
overwhelmed.
Was he showing
with
a level of excitement we never saw before?
Yes.
Yeah, they were showing the draft room there in Vegas, and there wasn't a lot of discussion. Everybody was just kind of staring straight ahead.
I think this decision was made about 4 months ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, let's hear the official announcement of the first overall selection in the 2026 NFL Draft.
With the first pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana.
There you go. The very obvious number 1 overall pick goes to the Las Vegas Raiders. Fernando Mendoza, quarterback out of Indiana. The New York Jets are on the clock. Curious to get your take on him, Brock, because I've heard from different voices out there talking about him. Oh, yeah, he's good, but if he were to have come out in this draft 2 years ago or this draft last year, he'd be the third, he'd be the fourth, he'd be the fifth quarterback taken. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. Certainly in that class with Caleb Williams, Jane Daniels, Drake May, he would have been behind all of those guys. Probably where a Penix and a J.J. McCarthy, more in that vibe, but he's a franchise quarterback. The great boy Howdy used to say about Kirk Cousins, he was homeschooled Tom Brady. When I look at Fernando Mendoza, to me, he is Indiana Hoosier Andrew Luck. Just personality-wise. And I'm kind of a late adapter. I did not, if you would have told me to start the season that Fernando Mendoza would be the number 1 pick, I've been like, I don't see that. I don't know about you, Bump, but I didn't see that. And it took me watching him in big moments, on big stages, deliver, never flinch. Taking Indiana to an undefeated record, arguably one of the greatest teams in college football. Hit Indiana? You been to Indiana?
I've been through it. I've been through it a couple times.
Sorry, Lefko. But the Hoosiers football was a laughing stock.
Yeah, it was. And I watched him when he was at Cal, right? At Cal, 16 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 10 interceptions. Then all of a sudden you get to Indiana and the numbers just jump out. I think there's progression in his development. I love his ball placement, where he throws the football, high and tight, low and away, can do all that stuff. But to me, it also shows that, all right, he's a quarterback that needs to be surrounded by talent. He's not going to be the one that just says, hey, jump on my back, I'm going to take you to the promised land. I think he's a great leader. He's poised. But Vegas has some work to do, because you got to keep surrounding him with weapons, man. I think it's a great pick. I think it's the right pick. I think if he comes out next year, he's probably lower in the food chain. But great kid, and that's going to be the most straight-edge quarterback room in NFL history with him over there with Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, probably. I guess, right, homeschool.
Not a lot of flair there.
No.
Oh, you got Tom Brady there. You got homeschooled Tom Brady there. And now you got, his good buddy. I'd say also one of his great attributes is he just doesn't care.
Yeah.
And so many quarterbacks are pleasers. I was one myself. It ended and ruined my NFL career. I tried to please other people way too much. Curt Cignetti, I think, really developed him, Bump, in that way, because Curt Cignetti is the same. I just don't care about anybody's opinion. And a lot of people can say that. Oh, I don't read that. I don't care what they say about me.
But they live it.
Deeply, genuinely do care. And he strikes me as one, and he's going to need it in that organization. Where he really doesn't play to others' opinions and beliefs. He really believes in himself strongly.
Well, I'll tell you what he needs is some offensive linemen to protect him. Right? Because Geno got sacked, 55 times last year?
Yep.
Yeah. That's going to be the next assignment for the Raiders, right?
It should be.
And they got Linderbaum. They paid him a king's fortune, the highest paid center
ever.
Of the game. So that helps, and we know that in this system that Kubiak will run, so he'll have that help right underneath him. But, yeah, Dave, I think they need to protect him and continue to add some weapons around him.
Well, the Jets pick is in. They've got the number 2 overall pick, and Roger Goodell making his way up to the podium as we speak. Let's see if the Jets get this right, or see if Bump thinks they screwed it up once again.
With the second pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select David Bailey, linebacker, Texas Tech.
So they do take
linebacker at Texas Tech, David Bailey. Bump, what do you think? Hit or miss?
I love this dude, man. I love this dude. Anyone who plays football without gloves or wristbands on, I respect off the top, man. This dude comes out there and he just plays ball, man. He's a silent killer. Like the way he is right now, right? The confidence he's walking out there. When you watch him play football, it's just see ball, get ball, hit hit the ball carrier, get back to the huddle. And he's very disciplined, man. He has a lot of moves off the edge, great with his hands, strong with the bull rush, just plays with a tenacity that this Jets defense is going to need for sure.
Was he a Stanford guy before he was a Red Raider, right?
Yep.
So he's a Dave Wyman. He's on the farm. He's hibernating there because nobody really watches. And then Texas Tech and oil money paid him big time.
Right.
And I was just in Lubbock a week and a half ago watching their spring ball. And all the offensive coaches were like, at this time last year, we thought we sucked. We could not block this guy. He ruined all of our practices. He ruined spring ball. He ruined fall camp. There were practices in training camp in the fall. Now, remember, Texas Tech won the Big 12 and went to the playoff. And they literally were like, yep, this guy just, we're not very good. I don't know what we're going to do. And then we started to play, and we're like, oh, we're not bad. Yeah, we can actually block people. You know what? We can actually operate and function on offense. This guy was that disruptive, that destructive. And the Jets kind of did the right thing. People thought that they would maybe trade, go in a different direction. But you get, certainly bang for the buck with the number 2 pick. If you get the best pass rusher in the draft, and most people think he is, that's a pretty wise pick.
And they also have a pick at 16. So they're going to have a couple bites at the apple in this draft. But Bump, so you like this? Was this what you expected?
Yeah, I thought they would go
number 2 overall.
Yeah, either there or Reese. I thought they would go. This dude just plays violent, and he has a bunch of moves off the edge too, man. You watch the film. I mean, they'll hit you with a bull rush, with a spin move, the flash power they're showing right here, and bends the edge beautifully, and he has a grip. I watched him, and if he grabs you, you are going down. You are not getting out of those paws, man. It was fun to watch a guy play the game like this. It was almost refreshing because it wasn't too flashy. It was just fundamentally, I'm just going to dominate you.
Can I just say one thing, too? Like 2 guys that go 1 and 2 overall, and Mike McDonald loves to say the term force multiplier about Spoon. These 2 guys transformed Indiana and Texas Tech. Texas Tech was really good on offense, right? With a lot of years of Mike. They've never been good on defense, ever. Certainly not a playoff contending team. I love guys, especially early with that production, that elevate everybody around them, and I think those 2 guys certainly did that in their stops.
Yeah, a guy ran a 4.5, jumps 3 feet in the air. I mean, he's explosive. I do love that, Brock. Or I'm sorry, was it you, Bump, that was talking about no
gloves,
no pads, no
wristbands?
It is a weird look.
It is, and it's very much a throwback type of
thing.
That's
what Balldinger did. It's why his fingers bent sideways.
It's like in baseball, somebody's stepping in the box with no batting gloves. They got nothing, just bare hands, and that's it. So it's a unique look, and we'll see if the Jets all of a sudden turn into a team that is to be accounted for. Is Geno going to be the guy to get them pointed in the right direction?
There's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of work to be done in New York. But kind of like last year, remember sitting with you guys right in this room last year, and over you heard me say, yeah, that's like the right pick. Like Booker, the big guard that went to Dallas. Like, yeah, Dallas kind of did the right thing. The Seahawks at 18 with Gray Zabel kind of did the right thing.
Yeah.
It all kind of made sense. It all fell in. There weren't a lot of surprises. For us, it was a complaint-free draft. Everybody, I think, universally loved that, and it really did work out.
Yeah, the Arizona Cardinals now are on the clock. They've got the 3rd overall pick, and we'll see what I look at the Cardinals the way I sort of look at the Angels, not to talk baseball the whole time, but you just figure they're going to become who they always are.
Yeah, that's
right.
Fair.
They might get off to a good start, but eventually they're going to find their place, which is
and it's ownership,
disappointing.
And it starts at the very top, right?
Do you expect any different from them this year?
Well, to Bump's point, this is really curious now. Like Jeremiah Love is in many ways right there with Bailey, like as far as a pure talent. And in your division, I kind of compare him to the guy Bijan Robinson down in Atlanta. Like this is a do everything.
Yeah.
This is right there, Saquon Barkley light. I mean, not far away. So that would be like the best player. And it looks like they were celebrating, so I don't know if they're going to trade this pick. This one's pretty intriguing in the division.
I'm excited for this one. I don't even like the Cardinals, but I just want to see what they do here.
But you were talking that they already have 2 backs there.
They got 2 backs. Connor's getting old. He's, 10 years in the game now, I want to say. Battle some injuries. So it would make sense, right? How do you help your quarterback? You give him a good run game. You give him a good defense. They got Jacoby Brissett over there right now.
Or do you go Arvell Reese? Or do you go the other freak of nature with David Bailey? Those 2 as far as edge guys. And again, this is a team that we see twice a year that the Seahawks have certainly dominated now. When was the last time the Arizona Cardinals beat Seattle? 4 years ago?
Can tell it was with a backup quarterback. It was a Colt McCoy.
Colt McCoy.
Yeah,
Yes.
Colt McCoy in Seattle.
That's
I
right.
wish you hadn't brought that up.
Seahawks have had a hard time with backup quarterbacks.
No, they have.
Yeah.
I saw 10 or 12 of their fans there.
That's all of them.
You should go home and buy some tickets because everybody comes in and takes over your stadium every time. I know we did.
Yeah.
Shots fired.
The pick is in, so we'll send you up to the podium as soon as we see Roger Goodell making his way out there. But
pretty fast so far.
yeah, I like that they chopped it down to 8 minutes between picks. It was at 10. It's now at 8 minutes for those of you tuning in. So a little quicker pace to it throughout the entirety of the draft. So we'll see that. Arizona has made their pick. We'll get that in a moment. They are going to be followed by Mike Lefkoe's beloved Tennessee Titans, and then the New York Jets rounding out the top 5. Followed by
Giants,
Giants, excuse me, and then Cleveland at 6. Hearing them even contemplating taking a quarterback was just making me laugh. I would love for them to do that. I would love for that to happen. I don't think it will, but they'll be picking at 6, so we'll see what the Cleveland Browns do. Meanwhile, here comes Roger Goodell to announce the 3rd overall pick going to the Arizona Cardinals.
With the 3rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love.
All right.
Running back, Notre Dame.
Well, there you go.
Yep.
Bump. Maybe they looked at Connor, said he's old. We got the do everything guy. He's a Bijan Light, or he's a Saquon Light, as Brock said. 6 feet tall, 212 pounds, out of Notre Dame, runs a 4.36, headed to the Cardinals.
And now you team him up with Algier. Algier works best with another guy, right? Bijan was the guy over there at Atlanta. They bounced off each other. I think this is a good pick for the Cardinals.
Yeah, so the Cardinals make the pick of Jeremiah Love. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock. We've got you covered on everything happening as the 2026 NFL Draft continues right here live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Game Wasabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Marvin window specialists who have been trained by Marvin to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms. Or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Improve your play with 25% off windows and doors or 12 months, no payments, and no interest. And we're giving back with 2 $5,000 scholarships for our local youth sports teams. Upgrade your home at PellaPNW.com.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
You're 62 or older, lots of equity in your home, and you want to pull some cash out, but a refinance or HELOC, well, it means a bigger payment. And the cost of selling your home, it's insane. So what should you do? Hey, Brock Huard here for Tila Mortgage. You don't need to live at a lower standard than you deserve. You really got 3 options. Number 1, sell your home. 2, get a HELOC or refinance. Or 3, get a reverse mortgage. Tila has done the analysis and believes that a reverse mortgage is the most cost-effective way for seniors to get cash out of their homes without selling and having the option of no monthly mortgage payment. Too good to be true? No. Call today and let's compare. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Give them a call today. 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
Insurance and property taxes are borrower's responsibility. Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
Do you have a car, truck, or SUV you're willing to sell? How about an RV or commercial vehicle? Wayscar Ford in Auburn will buy it from you. And when they resell your old vehicle, they'll split the profit with you 50-50. That's right. You'll get paid twice. I'm here with Mark Clymer of Wayscar Ford. Mark, I'm not surprised your vehicle profit sharing program's doing well. It's a fantastic offer.
It sure is, Stacy. We've been buying a lot of cars off this thanks to your advertising. And I got to tell you, customers are loving it. They're getting top dollar for their vehicle up front. They're getting paid right now. And the best part is when we resell that vehicle, they're getting 50% of the profit. A lot of people have vehicles right now that are sitting around and they're worth a lot of money and they're saying, you know, what the heck? I want to sell it. I don't want to deal with it myself, but I don't want to give it away either. This is the perfect opportunity for them to get the most they can for the car without having to go through the hassle of selling it themselves.
Exclusively at Wayscar Ford, celebrating 104 years in Auburn. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
Hello, my friends. It's DeGraws here, encouraging you to golf local. Our region is blessed with a ton of golf that isn't very expensive and can accommodate all types of skill levels. Check out the premier courses at Bellevue, Bill Wright, Cedar Crest, Inter Bay, Jackson Park, Lake Patton, Legion Memorial, Linwood, or Walter Hall. You know, wherever you are in Western Washington, you're not far from a premier course. Why not book a tee time online or play Top Tracer at the range at Inter Bay, Bill Wright, and Jackson Park? So what are you waiting for? Play the courses. Play Premier.
Get away from it all and discover a place where good times are guaranteed. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining at the steakhouse. Catch your favorite sports on our wall-to-wall screens and sink into pure relaxation at the spa. Tee up at Loomis Trail for championship caliber golf and experience your favorite musicians live at the event center. Visit silverreefcasino.com and book your stay today. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft is powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, and Michael Bumpus taking you through the entirety of the first round. We've got you covered on everything happening. The Tennessee Titans with the 4th overall pick they have the pick in. We're just waiting for the commissioner to step up to the podium, and once he does, we'll turn you over to him. The New York Giants will follow with number 5, and then the Cleveland Browns at 6. But let's get the Titans, number 4 overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft.
With the 4th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Carnell Tate, wide receiver, Ohio State.
How about that for the first?
So a bit of a surprise. The first surprise of the first round, wide receiver out of Ohio State, and they do a great job producing receivers, as we've seen. Carnell Tate, 6'2 and a quarter, 192 pounds, ran a 4.53 40. Brock, you're making a face. You don't like it?
Yeah, kind of surprised that Robert Saleh, well, maybe after all the struggles they had in San Fran last year at receiver, does know that, and Brian Dable, the OC, need a weapon for Cam Ward, but I'd be curious in that personnel department. Like, Robert Saleh's defensive guy. Give me a defensive lineman. Give me Arvell Reese. Give me somebody freaky up front. Brian Dable, like, hey, man, that number 1 pick last year, Cam Ward, do you want to help him? You might want to get somebody that can make some plays for him. And I don't know, somewhere maybe JSN is like, yeah, us Buckeyes.
It is remarkable what they do at receiver. Yeah. The guys in the league, and there's never been a good quarterback really to come out of there. But yeah, it's just amazing that year after year after year they just pump out these unbelievable receivers. It's incredible, and I don't even want to ask Lefko what he thinks, because he's the most miserable fan that I've ever known.
I'm just asked him thumbs up, thumbs down. He gave
he's like, just okay.
Between.
So yeah,
he said in between to thumbs down.
Bump, how much of this is Brian Hartline?
I was going to ask. It's a lot with Hartline. Hartline was a great receiver, but he was a technical receiver. He understood how to move people, and if you can understand how to move people running a 4.6. Imagine these young men. He runs a 4.5, but he plays like a 4.4. I mean, this dude attacks the football out the air. He has great hands, strong hands. Natural. Well, watch him. He has natural vertical body language, right? Because as receivers, we want everything to look vertical, and it looks effortless. Some guys had a hunch down, and it looks like manufactured. With him, it's smooth, but Hartline has to play a big role in this. You don't pump out these receivers on accident.
Now he's gone. I think he's a head coach at Southern Florida. I think he left finally, because he had been at Ohio State. and had been a staple there. He'd been the receiver coach, he'd been the co-offensive coordinator. I think any Buckeye will tell you the standard is the standard, and that's why, like, when you come to school there, this is the way you play this position. But he's pretty instrumental in the development of these guys. That just felt high. That felt number 4. That feels.
Yeah. Dable looked really happy. Sala looked sort of happy. is what that looked like.
Where is he compared to JSN? Would you say, Bump? Just like JSN, I think maybe the number one thing that stands out is that everything looks the same.
Yeah, JSN is a smoother type of football player. Some of his routes are unorthodox. Like, he'll cut to his inside, off the inside foot instead of pressing off the outside. I think he goes against some of the traditional ways you're supposed to run routes. Tate is more of a traditional linear type of receiver, whereas look at JSN's routes. A lot of those are rounded, but he's allowed to round because of the way he gets on defenders' toes and presses them vertically.
Tell me this does not speak then to a little of the quality of this draft that we talked about. JSN went 20th.
Yeah.
This guy just went 4th.
Yeah.
If they were in the same draft, now we'll see, right? Jason had a little hammy, and he didn't run a 40, and there were some things I think that played to the benefit of the Seahawks. But those folks in Columbus knew, right? All those guys knew. Olave, Garrett Wilson, they all knew. They were like, JSN's going to be the best of all of us.
Yeah.
I don't think they were saying that about this guy. And I don't mean to diminish him. Terrific athlete. Everything you said is true. But you're telling me he goes 4th? And JSN went 20th?
So what does that say about this draft right here? I mean,
That's right.
It tells you just
a little light.
Yeah.
The pick is in for the New York Giants. They're showing a new head coach, Harbaugh, there, looking pleased. What do you think they do with this pick?
Well, there's a big viral clip of him talking to Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State that was in-house with them and visiting them. Arvell Reese, again, is a really talented, they've got guys. They got Thibodeau. Maybe Thibodeau becomes a trade piece. I know that there's been kind of rumors out there that maybe Thibodeau's available. He'd love to come back to the Northwest. He was a Duck. Could he be a Seahawk down the road when all the dust settles? Who knows? But, yeah, this feels like, come on now, John Harbaugh's what? Line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Right? So top tackles on the board, one of the top edge rushers on the board. If you're going to build your culture and you're a Harbaugh, you do that at the line of scrimmage.
So your pick would be Styles or would be Reese?
I think it would be.
It's up to you.
I think it would be Reese. Styles gives a little more positional versatility, and offensive tackle-wise, I don't know if any of these guys, the big guy out of Miami, Fano out of Utah, is probably a little high for 5. So I probably lean Arvell Reese. I probably lean somewhere on the defensive line and line of scrimmage.
What do you think, Bob?
Yeah, I'll probably go Reese. I mean, Harbaugh is a special teams guy, right? That's how he got his gig, but he's a defensive guy, right? You see what him and Mike McDonald were able to do over there with the Ravens and with a young quarterback over there with Jackson. You have some talent on the outside. We'll see if how Neighbors recovers and Scatterboo. You got to load up on this defense. Dexter Lawrence isn't there anymore, right? You let him go. So I would think that they would hone in on defense. And Reese is just a fun player to watch, man. He is an east-west type of dude. Motor keeps going. That's the type of dude who gets on your defense this year and makes an instant impact.
And got a body. I think you read in The Beast. He's got a body they compared to Dave Wyman out of college. I mean, an absolute monster.
Yeah, maybe in ninth round.
Well, we'll see what the Giants do. The one thing we haven't seen yet, and it's only been 4 picks to this point. We'll see if the Giants make their pick. But we talked to John Schneider today, and we were talking about the idea. I think it was the GM for the Kansas City Chiefs saying he thinks it's going to be active. He thinks there's going to be a lot of trades.
Yep.
And John told us his phone was ringing, and he was hearing, that the top 10, there could be some movement, that they were looking to move back, some of these teams. Now, whether they find the right partner at the right price, we'll see. But that there was maybe some momentum in the top 10 or some sort of urgency to move back. So far, that hasn't been the case.
Yeah, it's been pretty clean so far. It looks like we're going to be hopefully 5 for 5 going on here. I mean, I'm looking at the Kansas City Chiefs, too. That's an interesting one to me. Like, this is a place they haven't been in, 8-9 years or something like that with that number 9 pick. Yeah. How aggressive are they going to be? Because, they got to fix some things over there, too.
Some of that early trade innuendo and rumor was Arizona, that their roster just needed more. That a first-time young head coach just needed more. You got basically a backup quarterback, so we need more. But ultimately, I think they look at a Jeremiah Love and just say, he's too good.
Can't pass him up.
Schefter reporting a trade. You just brought up the Chiefs. Chiefs now move up to number 6.
There you go.
They trade with the Browns. Browns get the number 9 overall pick, number 74, and number 148 in exchange. So now the Kansas City Chiefs will be picking number 6 overall instead of the Cleveland Browns. So that'll be following the announcement of the Giants pick, which is in. We'll wait for the commissioner to stroll to the podium, find out who the Giants are going to go with, but the Kansas City Chiefs will be on the clock after this announcement. Again, they trade with the Browns, who moved down to 9, get 74 and 148 as well in exchange for that, as we see Commissioner Roger Goodell walking up to the podium. He's got some guests with him to make this announcement of the New York Giants number 5 overall pick.
In partnership with the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, TAPS, one of the NFL's Salute to Service partners, we are honored to recognize the surviving family of United States Army Major Paul C. Volke. Major Volke sustained tragic, fatal injuries while deployed in Afghanistan. He is survived by his spouse, Tracy, and their 2 sons, Andrew and Benjamin. Major Volke was raised in the Hudson Valley and was a lifelong fan of the New York Giants, a tradition he proudly passed on to his sons. Volke family, take it away.
With the 5th overall pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Arvell Reese, linebacker from the Ohio State University.
So no big surprise there. Arvell Reese out of Ohio State, linebacker, going to the New York Giants with the 5th overall pick. And it seems like they do a great job producing players in the NFL outside of the quarterback position. Why is that?
C.J. Stroud's trying to have a word with you. Come on, man.
Let's see.
Boy,
Let's see.
He sure looked terrible in that playoff game.
Yeah, he ran out of gas.
I thought he was going to be the guy, and I really like C.J. Stroud coming out of Ohio State. But yeah, so you look at a guy who got 6.5 sacks, 10 tackles for loss. Couple of pass knocked down. I mean, this guy's just all over the field.
Kind of a late bloomer. It wasn't as if he was as productive as some of these guys in front of him, but there's just clay there to mold physically that's just unique. I mean, it's just different. And he can puncture an edge, and not a surprise, Mr. Harbaugh takes his pick right at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, so right now the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. They traded with the Cleveland Browns, so the Kansas City Chiefs with the number 6 overall pick. We'll come back and let you know what they did as we continue with live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft right here on your home for the draft, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these 3 books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey, Brock Huard here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. And if you've been dreaming of that new deck, you got to get a hold of PCF. Call them before the great weather arrives and their schedule gets totally filled up. With a new deck, patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy the outdoors year-round no matter what the weather brings. And for a limited time, how about this? Get 50% off demolition costs up to $5,000 when you book your project with PCF. Contact People Come First Construction Group for all the details. They designed and built our outdoor living space, and we love it. Start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build this summer. Planning, permitting, and construction can take a little time, so get started today. Get project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and look at all the offer details at PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space your favorite place. With People Come First.
You're listening to live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
You're listening to the 2026 NFL Draft right here on Seattle Sports, Seattle Sports app, seattlesports.com. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus with you, taking you through the entirety of the first round. Is the Kansas City Chiefs the first to make a trade? Again, we heard from John Schneider earlier today that he was hearing about teams in the top 10 looking to move back and see who was going to be successful doing that. So far, the Browns are the first to do that. They had the number 6 overall pick, and they traded back with the Kansas City Chiefs to number 9. And the Kansas City Chiefs have made their pick, and we'll get the audio of that for you here momentarily as the commissioner making that announcement. But the Chiefs addressing a need, certainly, that developed in the offseason. Do we have that, Matt?
With the 6th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Mansour Delane, defensive back, LSU.
You thought they'd go
offensive tackle is another need. Now, they do have 2 first-round picks, so they're one of, I think, 5 teams that have 2 first-round picks. Kind of unique for the Chiefs, but this would make sense, right? They trade McDuffie to the Rams. This is the biggest void on their roster. They get the number 1 corner. That's DBU. You watch this guy walk out. He walks like a corner. He talks like a corner. He plays like the elite corner, and they get their number 1. Oh, look at that Tommy Bahama shirt for Andy Reid.
Andy Reid.
Wow.
Andy Reid needs some sun, too.
And he's got white pants on. Man, that takes some stones to wear white pants.
What do you think of the pick, Bob?
I like it. Like Brock pointed out, Trent McDuffie is no longer with the team. You got a Watson as well, who's not with the team. Both these guys go to the Rams. And this is a fast kid, man. Ran a 4.38, 45 tackles. He's good at disrupting the throwing lanes. He has a good feel for the game. He reads the quarterback's eyes and puts himself in good position. Press corner type of guy, but when he's in that soft coverage, it allows him just to roam and use his instincts. I like this pick. I could have seen him going offensive tackle as well, but when you lose key guys, maybe the best corner of the game, he's getting paid like it in Trent McDuffie, you gotta refill.
Guy plays with a lot of confidence, and that's the thing in corners. I mean, that's probably the second hardest job in the NFL, I would say. Quarterback probably number one, but some of the freakish athletes that you're covering, and it just looks like he's running routes for guys. Just a very confident player.
Yeah, and you could tell he was pretty happy to go to Kansas City. You said this earlier. There's not many times we've seen the Chiefs picking in the top 10. It was an off year for them. A quarterback in Mahomes will be coming back from an ACL. There's a lot of pride in that place. Veach and Reed have been kind of doing it like Schneider and Carroll and Schneider and McDonald, like a lot of trust in what they're doing. And if you're that young corner, you could tell when he put that hat on, like, I'm going, usually a top 10 team sucks. I'm going to a top 10 team that's been a perennial winner.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. The Washington Commanders have the 7th overall pick. Their pick is in. They are going to be followed by the New Orleans Saints and then the Cleveland Browns, who, again, traded with the Kansas City Chiefs. They will be picking 9th as we see Commissioner Roger Goodell strolling up to the podium with a couple of familiar faces here to make this call for the Washington Commanders.
The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, is awarded to one player each year and celebrates their profound impact on and off the field. I'm joined on stage by former winners Lynn Swann and Jerome Bettis. And the league welcomed its newest member to the prestigious club 2 months ago, Super Bowl champion and 6-time All-Pro Bobby Wagner. Way to go, Bobby. On behalf of the Payton family and Nationwide, I encourage players drafted this week to make their community and the league a better place. You want to go for it, or you want me? With the 7th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State.
Another Ohio State product off the board. Sonny Styles, linebacker, headed to the Washington Commanders. Bump, you like it?
Yeah, I do. With Jaden coming off his injury, how do you help an offense? You get a good defense out there. And this dude only missed 2 tackles. Only missed 2 tackles in 2025. It's crazy. When I watched him, the note I have for him is that, I used to walk home from school, and there was this dog that always used to bark at me from, like, one end of the fence to the other end of the fence. That's how he plays football. He's that barking dog that's going to cover one end of the fence to the other end of the fence, man. And my other note was, like, he's one of the most explosive 244-pounders I've seen in a while, man. The way he plays the game is just violent. I like this for the Commanders. And, good luck to Sonny.
I think 2 things resonate here. I was at the Husky-Ohio State game at Husky Stadium this year, and they played this guy at the 2nd level, and the amount of space he eats is like Nicky Manwari. When you're that long and you're that fast, you just change the space dynamic. And you're like, dang, where is that window? Where's that window for a slant or for a curl? Like, this guy just eats space. And that, is, I think, a Nicky Manwari, Mike McDonald. People going to be looking in this draft for guys like him. It's 6'5", 246 that run 4.46. I mean, it's just, you're not supposed to be able to do that. So Danny Quinn gets a linebacker that can really run. Last year we played Washington, the Seahawks did, and you remember that 2nd level. And Bobby's out there, whatever he's played 15 years in the league, like, bless his heart. And I'm still a ton of tackles. But when you talk about, like, speed at that 2nd level and space eating, this guy's a difference maker.
Yeah, the other thing about him that I notice is that he doesn't let blockers get into his body. He does a great job with his hands and getting his arms extended. And, you're going to have to take on, well, not always. Sometimes you can play linebacker in the NFL and not take on blocks. But, yeah, I mean, for the most part, that's the thing. He doesn't let anyone get in on him.
Yeah. How about that for Ohio State, too? 3 of the last 4?
Yeah.
Wow. 4 of the top 7?
Man.
It's a factory.
Something's going on over there.
It's a factory, and they produce a lot of talent in this league. We've seen it for a long time, and as we said, the
Caleb Bounds, the safety, may be here in this top 10 as well.
Yeah.
Yep. You may have half of the top 10.
By the way, who is the best pro quarterback to ever come out of Ohio State?
Art Schlichter. How's that?
How you say that last name again?
I don't know.
Art Schlichter.
Yeah.
I know who it is.
Yes.
It's Mike Tomczak.
He's pretty good.
I think he
was pretty good.
Statistically, he has the best numbers.
Okay.
I mean, C.J. Stroud, if we had this conversation after his rookie year, you'd say, like, come on now.
He would be the guy.
Won a playoff game, did that as a rookie.
Just kind of took a step back, so you're waiting to see what happens there.
Sometimes when you're a QB and you're surrounded by all this talent, you can kind of hide.
It's odd, though, that they produce the receivers they have.
Sure.
Somebody's got to throw the ball to these guys, and is obviously getting it to them.
Hey.
How come it doesn't translate?
You know what? Sometimes we make the quarterback look good, baby. We get open. I'm wide open. Give me my numbers. Come on now. Just hit me a couple times.
Who was the
man.
recent QB that passed away tragically a couple years ago? He was a top 15 pick as well.
Man.
Jeez, I'm blanking on his name.
The text will help you.
No.
Ohio
get
State
out
quarterback.
Lefko.
He passed away in Miami. He was in Miami. He passed away.
He was with the Steelers, right?
Yes.
So
texters will dive in on that.
Haskins.
Dwayne Haskins. There you go.
Yeah. He was a very talented guy, and he was thrown to some of these guys over the last few years. 12 gauge. He was a talented guy.
He was in the Hawks locker room for a hot minute.
Yeah, he kind of flashed in and out. So they had some guys, but this is pretty pretty unique when you have 3 of the last 4 of the top 7.
It's crazy.
You're producing and you're developing pretty darn well.
Yeah, the New Orleans Saints with the 8th overall pick. Their pick is in. They're followed by the Browns and then the Giants again to round out your top 10. Saints, they look in offense, they look in defense. What's your feeling, Bo?
Well, you got Tyler Shuck over there. Spelled it wrong, but I'll say it right. Tyler Shuck over there. With the new head coach and Moore, you would think that he's going to want to put up points. He's going to want to get an offensive weapon for his young quarterback, which I think can be pretty good. What do you think about Shuck, Brock?
Yeah, an older guy that came in. I mean, an unbelievable journey, right? Nothing linear in his life. And even last year, kind of getting started after Spencer struggled and a new coach. And he's kind of got some stuff. Like, you could see why. Like, he can run. He's pretty athletic. He's got a nice arm. Like, there's some stuff to work with. But you're going to have to – the whole operation is just going to have to improve dramatically around him. Which, we watched Arizona, and we kind of said, well, Arizona has a similar kind of situation. What are you going to do? Well, we're going to take a running back. And I just saw a tweet. They're going to guarantee him as the 3rd pick in the draft, $52 million as a running back.
Ooh, man, gracious.
Kim Walker and Saquon and those guys are like, you're going to do what?
Oh, man.
$52 million guaranteed dollars over those 4 years.
Well, think about how things have changed for that position, though. For a while, it was thought of being pushed out the door like, you can get a running back in the late rounds, 5th, 6th, 7th, get a free agent, you're fine. Seahawks, back-to-back years, Ken Walker, Charbonnet, 2nd-round picks. They took some heat. Like, what are you doing taking a back that early in the draft? And now you got the 3rd overall pick being a running back, and everybody going, great pick, and all the guaranteed money coming with it now.
I also think it's because you can line him up in the slot. Like, he can run routes, he can catch the football. He's more than just hand the football off and go. And I think that's what you have to be as a running back to be a 3rd-round pick, is you have to do everything. The new age running back catches the football. You're good in pass pro. Obviously, you run the rock. I think that's where he separates himself, is that he can also catch the rock out the backfield.
Do you think that Jadarian Price is clearly the 2nd best back, or you think that there's it just seems like that for sure. And then also he's got the special team element and everything. So I wonder if that's going to kind of accelerate his pick.
Well, we'll see as Washington has made their pick. We'll see what the Saints have in mind, followed by the Cleveland Browns and the New York Giants rounding out the top 10. You're listening to the 2026 NFL Draft right here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hour and a half drive here to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
Lee Johnson Auto Family. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
At Dunn, relationships are everything. It's why we build a culture around building the best relationships possible, building joy and trust, one interaction at a time. So whether you need trusted advice, help with material selection, project planning, or loading your vehicle, we go the extra mile to remove as much of the hassle as we can. If there's anything we can do to serve you better, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at dunlumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Everyone's been told the same story about real estate investing. Buy property, deal with tenants, manage construction headaches, and yet Legacy Group Capital, they ignore all of that. Jason Rantz here. Here's what Legacy Group Capital actually does. They lend on real estate. They acquire it, they build it, they develop it, and then they share the profits with investors. It's not complicated. There's no gimmicks. The track record, double-digit returns with 0 investor losses. You get the upside of real estate without owning a single piece of it. And right now, Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund, it's offering a fixed 9% rate of return. And yeah, IRAs are accepted. While everyone else is chasing overheated trends, you're locking in a fixed return backed by real assets, managed by real experts. More than 1,300 investors have already put over $350 million to work with Legacy Group Capital. These aren't people who got lucky. They got smart. You can get smart. Call 425-635-4700 or go to legacyg.com. Don't overcomplicate things. Legacy Group Capital.
Hey, Mike Salk here with Dr. Coogan from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. And Doc, what do you say to people who are considering those GLP-1 injections for weight loss?
Before you start, ask yourself this. Are you prepared to spend $3,000 to $5,000 per year and stay on the medications long-term to maintain the results? Many prescription weight loss injections require weekly shots, and when the medication is stopped, weight gain is common. And most people don't realize research shows a significant portion of the weight lost can come from muscle, which may slow your metabolism and make keeping the weight off even harder.
From personal experience, I can tell you Eastside Weight Loss Clinic takes a different approach, a doctor-developed program helping people lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days.
No injections, no synthetic hormones, no long-term dependence. Instead, we use real food to reset your metabolism, control hunger, and cravings naturally.
So come to their clinic in Kirkland or do the program from anywhere you live with easy remote options. If you want a safe, affordable alternative to weight loss injections,
go to eastsideweightlossklinik.com to keep the weight off for good.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
You can count on the Seattle Times for local news and information on your teams and your scores. Get inside the game and go beyond the stats with game summaries, player interviews, and play-by-play analysis every day. Read our coverage at seattletimes.com/sports.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at washingtonaccidentbooks.com.
The 2026 NFL Draft.
Live coverage is powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube. 710 KIRO AM Seattle.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
Seattle sports presentation of the 2026 NFL Draft. First round.
Powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker. Come on, man! Here's your host, Bob Stelton.
We are coming to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Brock Huard taking you through the first round. We are through 9 picks as the Cleveland Browns have the 9th overall pick after a trade with the Kansas City Chiefs. We will get you their pick momentarily, but right before that, guys, the New Orleans Saints go wide receiver Jordan Tyson, wide receiver out of Arizona State. And it was a really cool scene. He was really, really emotional and tears coming out and just seeing how much it meant to him and it hit him there. A really cool moment. We'll see when the commissioner comes out here to make the announcement for the Browns. But just first blush reaction to that pick, Brock.
Oh, he's a bouncy guy. And that emotion did absolutely hit him the closer he got to the stage.
We'll come back and talk about him. Here's the Browns pick at number 9.
First selection of 2.
With the 9th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Spencer Fano, tackle, Utah.
Lineman off the board is Spencer Fano, offensive tackle, going to the Cleveland Browns, who, again, moved from 6 to 9 with the Kansas City Chiefs with that pick. So the New York Giants are currently on the clock. Before we get into that, Bump, your thought on a wide receiver out of Arizona State, Jordan Tyson, going to the New Orleans Saints.
No, I love it, man. Like Brock said, he's bouncy. He jumps up and it's like he floats for 3.5 seconds. He's a good route runner, knows how to turn the hips, flip the corners, and just a big play waiting to happen. He's one of those guys, again, he ran like a 4.5, but he plays like a 4.4. And whenever you get a receiver who could move a DB from 3 or 4 yards off, you know they respect him and really buy into his body language.
I think a lot of that emotion's 2 things. Number 1, he's a pretty spiritual kid. He's got a great conviction in that way. And number 2, football was taken from him. He had a significant injury, actually, in a game that I called that he did. And I think when you lose your legs and your athleticism, you feel some of that mortality. Like,
what was the injury?
Oh, his knee, and then he had like a lower leg as well. I mean, he battled some stuff. And I think, all of that is just a realization of, oh, my gosh, I went through all that adversity, and there were a lot of questions of whether or not he would be picked in this top 10 just because of some of that medical. But he is an immensely talented kid. And then we see finally, like you said, our first offensive lineman.
Yeah, Dave, it's got to be good for you to see that. You're a guy that suffered a significant injury at the college level and questions about it. And we'll get your thoughts on that in a moment as you see the commissioner strolling up to the podium to announce the 10th overall pick going to the New York Giants.
With the 10th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Francis Mauigoa, tackle, Miami.
Did he pronounce that correctly?
Oh, he spent some time doing it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, but Dave, quickly, just see a kid like that with that emotion who had an injury. Again, you suffered a pretty significant injury at the college level. You go in the 2nd round. Yeah, you must feel a little something there.
No, it's really cool. I love it, and sometimes teams will stay away from a guy like that, but then there are other teams, and that's what the Seahawks were for me, that they liked that I fought through it because it was, I was pretty close to having my leg amputated. So I was just you know that he's going to work hard and he's going to put the time into it. Love seeing that and seeing all the emotion there.
So now we've seen since that pick 2 O-linemen back-to-back go off the board here, Brock.
2 big Polys. Yeah, the Polynesian community all over. And if you are in high school and around high school football like Bump and I are, man, the Polynesian line of scrimmage community is a real thing. And, for real. There's become tremendous pride in it. Yeah. And even more going to be with this, with the top 2 offensive linemen are both the Polynesian. Look at this big guy from Miami. That's a big lay right there, man. That's a lot of flowers and a lot of leaves go into that thing right there.
6'5.5", 329, ran a 5'1", 340.
Look at him.
Well, and just the culture and the the commitment and just all of that goes along.
Just
the pride. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm sure he's going to be a great teammate. Spencer Fano, we were talking, where did he end up going?
Cleveland at 9.
He was a Cleveland guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That guy just gets in people's way. And you don't always have to, and he does. He can crush you, but his feet are so good. He looks like a cornerback playing tackle.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and then this is a similar pick here. So, yeah, I mean, offensive line is just you find a guy like that. I remember how excited we were last year with Gray Zabel. And, with Gray, I wasn't entirely sure about whether or not playing at North Dakota State was going to be a difference. But, man, you watch what he did to, some of the opponents that he had that weren't powerhouse schools. He just crushed them.
Embarrassed them.
Yeah. By the way, there's another trade, our second trade of the day. The Dallas Cowboys have moved up to number 11 where the Miami Dolphins were sitting. So now Dallas is on the clock at number 11. It's just a swap of picks, 11 and 12 there, it looks like, because Dallas went Miami and then Dallas.
Well, and look at the New York Giants. They got a shot at John Harbaugh right there. And what's a Harbaugh going to do to change a culture? What did Jim do at Stanford? What did Jim do at San Francisco? What's Jim doing in L.A.? What did John do in Baltimore? What's John want to do here? It's big people, right? Like if all things are even, it's an old Bill Belichickism. Like if all things are even, and Bill Parcells, even before that, like all things are even, take the big guy. Like, take the big guy. And they get a big guy on defense. They get a big guy on offense and trying to build that thing in the trenches.
He's looking smooth, too. He's got the shades on. He's got the giant lay, as you talked about.
Yep. It's Maui Goa, right? Is that how we're saying
I
that?
think they pronounce it as an
N. There's in Maui Noa.
Maui Noa.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, it said on the screen there, he also played volleyball.
So he's got some hops.
So,
he's a big guy.
He's got some good feet.
Yeah. So the Cowboys trade up to number 11. Any thoughts as to what
were they? Just one pick, right?
So they just flip-flop. So they get the 11th pick. The Dolphins get the 12th overall pick. They get two fifth-round picks in addition to that. So one pick, and they're showing the Dallas room right now, and they are ecstatic. So who do you think they targeted, Bump?
Well, offense ain't been a problem for the Dallas Cowboys, right? They've put up points. It's about that defense. Well, I'm looking at the best available defensive player, and according to ESPN, that would be Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
So if I'm Dallas, I'm getting the best defensive player available, and that's Caleb Downs. Ruben Bain is available as well, but I think you got to go back to Ohio State, Brock.
Yeah, Caleb is a smart. We asked Daniel Jeremiah this week on our show. We did a little rapid fire with him, just like fastest and most tough and smartest and brightest. And it was this guy. It was Caleb Downs. And if he wasn't a safety, he wouldn't be the 11th pick in the draft. Because as a pure football player, he's not the 11th best pure football player in this draft. But he just plays a position there at safety that is further away from the football. And just one that is often diminished in the draft because of the supply of safeties, but he's a special guy. Yeah, and I think I would co-sign on that one. That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, so the Dallas Cowboys trade for number 11. We'll come back to let you know what they did with that. The Dolphins sitting right behind them at 12. You're listening to the 2026 NFL Draft right here, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Meet the company electrifying the marine industry. ARC, a fully electric boat that feels like a luxury EV. Significantly less maintenance and service, ARC is built to be as easy to operate as it is to maintain. Featuring heated seats and seat backs, a large display, easy handling, and impressive kick. You have to see it and experience ARC for yourself. Book a demo. They'll pick you up on Lake Washington, Lake Union, or Lake Sammamish if you can't come to them in Kirkland. Go to arcboats.com/demo. ARC. You have to see it to believe it.
Hello, Seattle. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America, N.A., member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at Cooper Tire's PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome this weekend. Ready to be cowboy? Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. And if you're looking for a spot to catch all the spring baseball and sports, I got a place for you, Hawks Peak Sports Bar and Grill. It's your home for game days with more than 60 TVs, so you won't miss a play. They got great food and drinks, and nothing beats the views, so get in on all the action at Hawks Peak. Head to snocasino.com for all the details. That's snocasino.com. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
It's the 2026 NFL Draft.
Live coverage is powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Oh, it was almost a clap, Dave.
Stop it, Brock.
Brock, the Xanax is wearing off.
Time to take your medication.
You play that Hard Knocks music, you get me going.
Oh, love it. Love it. The 2026 NFL Draft continues. We've got you covered live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus, keeping you up to speed. The Dallas Cowboys made a trade with the Miami Dolphins to move up one spot to number 11. They used it on another Ohio State player, safety Caleb Downs.
Yeah, just an awesome football player. As I said, as far as like the top 11 pure football players in this draft, there's no way this guy's the 11th best. 5-star dude out of Georgia, started his career at Alabama, went up to Ohio State, now joins 3 other Buckeyes as one of the top 11 picks in this draft. And just a professional. I mean, just a grown-up. And the Dallas Cowboys actually did the right thing in the draft.
Yep. What I like about him is
surprised.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Well, you know, Jerry been saying, well, we got to get that defense going. So finally got that defense going. But I like Caleb, man. Pre-snap, he seems like he knows what's going to happen. He's always in the right spot. He doesn't look too confused. And my note on him was like, there's a magnet with him and whoever has the football. Like, it's just straight line. I'm gonna go get you, man. He's great football player.
Do you agree with what
on all 3 levels?
What Brock was saying though, like just top 11 overall players?
Yeah.
He's not that guy.
For sure. I mean, like you said.
You think he is, or you don't think he is?
Oh, I think he's definitely. He's way better than the 11th best football player.
Right,
in this draft.
right. Just overall
he
player.
just happens to play safety.
Right.
And he played football, he played baseball, he played basketball, multi-sport guy. And this is for all you young kids out there out of these top 11 picks, that sometimes, like, genetics really matter. Like, you can really work out all you want, and you can develop all you got genetically, but there's just times where you're not 6'5", 250 and run 4.4.
Way to crush their dreams.
No,
Rob.
I don't
That's
mean
great.
to be a dream crusher, but like,
Well, I can just tell you that Michael von Wyman, my father, he was the least athletic person ever, and my brother and I both played football at Stanford. So sometimes it works out. You can break the trend, Brock.
Yes.
You don't want to crush.
Was he maybe not athletic? I mean, look at you, though. Was he a bigger man, broad shouldered, 6'3"?
Pretty big guy.
Yeah. So he gave you some of that.
But he was one of those guys, we would be playing basketball, and he would come and like, Dad, play basketball with us, and he would dribble with both hands, and then he would just like back you down.
Would he slap it, open palm, slap the ball?
Yeah. So God bless, greatest dad ever, but not a great athlete. So yeah, I mean.
But you look at
sometimes you
just
can
the
break the trend.
bodies and the speed and the length and all these things that they call traits in the NFL.
Yeah.
These top 11 guys, very traitsy.
Let's get the number 12 overall pick. The Dolphins move back with the Cowboys.
With the
Here's
12th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Caden Proctor, tackle, Alabama.
Wow, another 3 out of the last 4 tackles. 3 out of the last 4 linemen. Caden Proctor, is that the first Alabama player?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems like a bit of an upset. They're generally littering the top 10, but what do you think of that pick, Bob?
I like the pick. You got Malik Willis over there, so you got to protect the young man. The only knock on this kid here was that weight issues, but he came into combine. He lost some weight. And with him, if he's in position, if those hips are down and those hands are high and tight, you ain't getting around him. I mean, he is just a wall over there. So now it's about just monitoring what he does between now and the time you report to camp. Weight has just been an issue for this guy, but no, I like the pick.
Did I mention genetics?
You did.
Yeah, like 6'7.5", 355 pounds, and dances around like a bear out there. Was in their short yardage package, carrying the ball in their short yardage package as a polling like tight end, getting out in front. Like, he's just not a normal. He's not a normal human being.
Well, he doesn't. He's
a receiver.
He's not satisfied.
Look at him.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, also you look at it. He's not satisfied just blocking a guy. He has to humiliate.
Yes,
them.
he does.
Right. Yeah.
Chuck them to the earth. And another guy who's very emotional coming down the hall here. Always cool to see that. But when you say weight issue, does that give you pause? Like, all right, this guy is not disciplined, or
well, if you have weight issues, you know that genetically. I mean, you're a gift. Look at you. You're lean and mean at whatever age you are. But if you got a weight issue at 19 or 20, that's a problem when you're projecting long term.
Right, but does that say he doesn't have the discipline, or that's just, hey, this guy works hard, he just doesn't shed weight very easy?
Let me just tell you that when there's a certain player, and I will not mention his name, but the coach had his DoorDash account.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, you're not ordering DoorDash at midnight anymore. Like, we're done. We're done. His nickname was DoorDash. Like, we're done with that.
Who was that again?
I'm not going to mention the name. Yeah, I'm not going to mention the name. But
well, I'm sorry. I think it's a lack of discipline. You know, if you have a weight problem, and although I am a guy that had to sweat out to get down to my weight, I'd have to go in early on weight day.
But you could do it if you put in the work.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that was, I don't know. It's somewhat of an indicator, I
Please
think.
Please not let this be Kenny and Sadiq. Sorry, Dave.
By the way, the Rams pick is in. Rams have the number 13 overall
pick.
About
this one?
I am worried about this one.
What is your fear?
Kenyon Sadiq is my fear.
Okay.
The 245-pound, 4.3 running tight end H-back from Oregon that is now available to the Rams.
Yeah.
You know, it pisses me off that the Rams really do a good job.
They do.
Draft because it's never anything too flashy, and they went and got that Landman guy to fill in and play linebacker. With letting EJ go and everything. I mean, it's just. Yeah,
they've gotten it right at guard. They've gotten it right at tight end. They've gotten it right at linebacker. They've gotten it right on the defensive line.
Yeah.
And you know why? Because Les Snead and Sean McVay have what we have here.
Yeah.
They've got trust and connection.
Yeah.
Bump, what do you think? Could they pull off an upset here? Do you see him going the way Brock is leaning towards, or what do you think?
He put Sadiq back on my radar. I thought he would fall later on into the first round. My concern was Mekhi Lemon. I think that if you get another receiver over there, you pair that up with Matthew Stafford, who knows how many more years he has there, that's going to be trouble, because in that offense, man, it's all about layers. They will layer the heck out of you and get guys open. And Lemon's favorite player is Amon-Ra St. Brown. He is the exact type of player. He makes catches he's not supposed to make. He plays with a chip on his shoulder. That's where I think they're going to go. If they do go that way, problems in the NFC West.
All right. Well, their pick is in, and they're giving all the particulars about Puka Nacua and Matthew Stafford and everything. And Matthew Stafford is an older quarterback. This is not a quarterback littered draft. This is not one Ty Simpson is widely regarded as the second best. I don't know if he'd go this high, Brock, but what?
Oh, I would love for them to go ahead, draft Ty Simpson right now, please.
You like Ty?
No. So, yeah.
So you're hoping that
I love Ty as a human being, but I would really love him to be in the division, to be the heir apparent to Stafford and the top 13 pick. Please.
Because he's
one
not
year starter. He
Yeah.
started 1 year, and by the end of the year got benched.
Yeah.
Like,
how big of a gap is there between him and Mendoza?
There's a very large gap.
And the other guys, as far as Carson Beck and all
I think there's a very large gap, and then there's another very large gap after that. Whether
After
that's
Simpson?
Nussmeier or Carson Beck or whoever the third guy is going to be. Yeah, this is just not a consistent, like, productive quarterback group this year. So I would love for that.
Yeah,
to be Ty
that would be the best scenario for the Rams, right? That they pick a backup quarterback because they just, they're sneaky good on defense too.
Yes.
Jared Verse seems to have worked out for him.
They got this guy Ruben Bain that's sitting out there.
Yeah.
By the way,
I love that kid.
I don't love him in L.A., Dave.
I know,
Dave.
That's what I'm saying. That's what the problem is.
Yeah.
It's they've got a lot of pieces out there, and they seem as adept as any team I've ever seen at manipulating the salary cap. They've made so many moves over the years with extensions, with big deals, and you're going, how are they still under the cap? How are they still able to bring in talent? They trade away all their first-round picks for years, and here they are.
Because the Cronkies have cash, unlike some of the other ownership groups, and you mentioned the Cardinals earlier. They've got great cash. They've got great business people. They've got great continuity in their staff and their GM, and they're a hell of an opponent. And we know with the Seahawks, it was a whisper away.
Yeah.
It was a play away. The second best team in the NFL this year was who?
The Rams.
Yeah, the Rams.
Yeah, that was the Super Bowl.
Yes, it was.
That was the Super Bowl.
And they have loaded up.
Brock, you know who their president is too.
It's Mr. Demoff.
Yeah,
Yes.
and you know Marvin, smartest football guy I ever met, and now his son is doing the devil's work down in LA.
They just make the right moves. They added 2 to the secondary. You drafted great on that line. You got Kobe Turner over there. You got Brandon Fisk. You got Jared Verse. Now you just added McDuffie and Watson over there. They knew, look, if we're going to compete with these Seahawks, we got to have a secondary to slow down Mr. JSN. So this would be interesting. I would think that they would want to make their offense better. I think during the offseason, they checked some boxes with their defense. Now I would assume they try to enhance that offense.
I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but that Nate Landman guy, that is a crazy story. Like, what a move there. Because that guy he is a phenomenal inside linebacker. And you look at him, he was in Atlanta for 2-3 years and just had a middling type of career, kind of a guy that you thought, oh, he's a good special team guy, back into your roster, whatever. That guy's balling out.
Yeah, it just speaks to their culture. You could say the same thing about Drake Thomas. Drake Thomas was who?
Yeah.
He was undrafted. He was with the Raiders practice squad, and he came into Seattle and did what? Exploded.
Yeah.
Exploded because the development piece is here as well. And yeah, this will be. This is probably, honestly, outside of the Seahawks pick, the one I was most curious in this draft.
Yeah,
because it still is in that range in the top 15, where you probably have a first-round grade, right? You've got some premier edge rushers, you got premier corners, you got the premier tight end. You kind of have some premier guys here, and this team knows who they are. The Seahawks know who they are. The Rams know who they are. They know their needs, and this will be. I will be very curious when the commissioner finally gets on stage and makes the pick.
They are taking their time.
Jeez.
Your fear is Sadiq, but we'll see what they come up with here. You got the zeroing in on all the Rams fans that are there.
5 of them.
Yeah, they're all bunched into a little spot
Go
right
home
there.
and buy tickets.
Boy, look at that crowd!
Like
every time they do the wide shot of that,
they
play,
love
I just
football in
marvel.
Pittsburgh, Bob.
Just marvel. It is. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
They've
turned
loved
up.
it, whatever city they go to. It was in Vegas. It was in
Green Bay last year.
I mean,
Nashville.
Yeah.
Well,
all right,
the mystery is over. Roger Goodell approaching the podium to announce the 13th overall selection for the Rams.
It does come down that way. Has no pressure to play. Amazing.
With the 13th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama.
Oh, man.
It came true. Ty Simpson, quarterback out of Alabama, headed to the L.A. Rams to learn behind the league's MVP.
Yeah.
Matthew Stafford.
What we wanted.
That is exactly. You could not have drawn it up any better. Not with Mekhi Lemon out there. Not with Kenyon Sadiq out there. And for a whole offseason, and look, he's got an aloe sponsorship on his sleeve. that again, right there, tells me all I need to know right there.
It's getting better, huh?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But for a whole offseason where the Rams did nothing but say, win now, Bump. The window is now. We got to take on the Seahawks now. We got to address our biggest needs now. And you have a receiver in Lemon and a tight end in Sadiq that could add to that repertoire. And what do you think Matthew Stafford's thinking right now? We did what?
Yeah, well, Matt.
We did what?
Matthew got as much grain in his beard than I do, you know what I'm saying? So they're preparing for the future here. And this tells me that they think that we have a good football team. We're not going to be drafted this high next year.
His tie is bad.
Hey, let him do his thing, man. Enjoy it, Ty. We love you, Ty. But no, they're preparing for the future. They don't think they're going to be this high or in the draft next year or have an opportunity.
You know the QBs next year in the draft?
Yeah, They think they're not going to get there for some reason. I don't know.
This guy started. This guy started 1 year. He started 1 year. He waited. I love that about him. Like, there's things I love about this guy. As a human being, he is 100. I love this guy, and I could see where they're enamored with that. As a pure thrower in shorts and T-shirts, oh, man, he can spin his hips, and he can really spin the ball, and it's beautiful. Put on a lot of the game tape. Mm-hmm. Put on the end of the year tape. Yeah, don't show me early in the year when you feel good and everybody feels good. Let me see you at the end of the year. You got benched. You got benched at the end of the year. Well, maybe he's injured. Maybe he's got this. Maybe he's got that. Really?
Yeah.
And you want to know the stats of 1 year starters? Do you want to know why Guy went back up to Oregon? Because he looked at those numbers and he said, I ain't going out. There's been nobody with 15 or less starts in their college career that have thrived in the NFL. He decided to go to the NFL. Good for him. Top 15 pick, but man, that blows my mind.
At least they're not going to be looking to, his leadership out of the gates. You got Matthew Stafford there for however long that's going to go on. Maybe it's 1 more year, maybe it's 2, but I guess the pressure is off him initially out of the gate. So the Rams with the 13th overall selection take quarterback Ty Simpson out of Alabama. The Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. It is the 2026 NFL Draft coming to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center right here, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Do you need a new roof? Then trust your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing to get you taken care of this spring. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and secure $500 off your roof replacement. Right now, you can still take advantage of spring pricing and beat the summer rush. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
If you're building decks in Puget Sound this season, you need materials you can trust and a supplier who delivers. Par Lumber carries premium TimberTech and Trex composite decking. Get 20% off deck railing and lighting with any TimberTech or Trex deck board purchase. Visit par.com/decking to learn more.
511 is now part of Seattle in the South Center Mall. It's more than a brand, it's a lifestyle built on reliability and performance. Whether you're on duty, on the trail, working out, or out for adventure, 511 delivers purpose-built clothing, bags, and footwear that stand up to the toughest demands. 511 gear is trusted by those who never settle for less. Choose 511 and live ready for anything. Are you ready to discover your 511? 511, now part of Seattle in the South Center Mall.
The road to riches starts at Silver Reef. This April is your chance to win $100,000 in cash, plus a 26 Mercedes-Benz. Have some fun in the fast lane every Saturday night with hourly drawings from 5 to 9 p.m. Join us April 25th at 10 p.m. for the guaranteed grand prize car giveaway.
Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef.
Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
With Popeye's new $6 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $6 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft is powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus have got you covered on everything happening in the first round, where the Los Angeles Rams make maybe the most surprising pick so far of the draft. Number 13 overall, a pick they acquired from the Atlanta Falcons. They select quarterback Ty Simpson out of Alabama. So right now the Tampa Bay Bucs are on the clock. In fact, their pick is in. We'll send you out to the podium when Roger Goodell steps up there. But Ty Simpson goes. Baltimore followed that with a guard out of Penn State.
Local boy.
That they call Big Vega.
Yep, local boy out of Graham Kapowison High School. Awesome to see him and all of his family down in Tacoma celebrating that tonight. And again, that Polynesian community, man. 3 of the 4 linemen drafted so far here in the top 14. There is a tremendous amount of pride in that culture. And they develop them. And they've developed them at Penn State and at Alabama and all over the country. And really cool to see that. I still am trying to wrap my head around why the Rams, with Matthew Stafford for at least a year, maybe 2, in a much stronger draft next year at the quarterback position, would take Ty Simpson at 13 overall, Bump.
Yeah, it's that's a McVay call. McVay saw something in that film and said, you know what, I can work with him. You know what, and sometimes in the McVay offense, in the Kubiak offense, in the Shanahan offense, you don't necessarily need the super athletic, jump off the screen type of quarterback. So he must have saw something in his mechanics, his technique, his progression that he just liked. I'm surprised, though. I thought they would wait a bit and go for one of the guys we were talking about. But McVay must think, I can make this guy successful in this offense.
So a couple trends, 14 picks in, right? These are things that I kind of look at as we've sat here over the years doing this. So far now, 9 offensive players. I was kind of curious to see after the Seahawks and that elite defense wins a Super Bowl, are we going to see maybe a little trend, maybe a little bit more on the defensive side? And, well, 2 quarterbacks, couple receivers, a running back, now 4 offensive tackles. So not necessarily seeing a big jump on the defensive side. Still some really good defensive players, right? And as we start to now almost halfway through this draft, start to look at, okay, so what does that mean at 32? So Ty Simpson goes 13. Arizona's not coming back in. That was all the speculation. They're going to come back in and trade somewhere in the 20s or maybe even with Seattle at 32 to get him. That's not going to happen. And now we got a lot of really good corners. Still got some good safeties. Still got some really good edge players.
Yeah.
Dave, I think some of these positions of some, I'm not going to say need for Seattle, but want, to replenish, they're still available as we sit here right now.
Yeah, well, we talked about, kind of on our show, we've been talking about edge rusher because of, we're talking about the situation.
And only 2 have gone so far.
Yeah, and that Bain kid I thought was fantastic. I love watching him play. I thought he would be gone by now. So, I don't know, the whole Ty Simpson thing, is there a part of you that goes, uh-oh, what are they seeing? Do they see something that maybe other people don't see?
Bump makes a great point there. He is efficient. As much as I may rip the experience and all of that, he's a pure thrower of the football now, and he's accurate. And I'm sure Mr. Gruden down there, who trained him did the little Gruden thing, was like, hey, Sean, you may want to take a little further look. Right. This guy's a really bright guy. And I may rip the fact that he waited for 4 years to play, but that also shows a little bit of resolve.
Yeah.
But I'm really glad that Mekhi Lemon and Kenyon Sadiq are not Los Angeles Rams.
Facts.
Yeah, is he a guy you look at and say, well, he's got the physical gifts. He's got the arm talent, if you will.
Not really.
Dave loves that term. Arm talent, yeah. But does he have that? He's raw clay, but he can be molded into a good situation. No, you're not seeing that either.
I mean, I don't see a plus. Like Fernando's got plus size, plus accuracy, plus fundamentals. I don't see a ton of those plus traits. Nice, smooth, efficient, but to me, not a top 13 pick.
Well, we're at pick number 15, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. With that pick, here's the commissioner, Roger Goodell.
With the 15th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ruben Bain Jr., linebacker, Miami.
All right, so he goes from South Florida.
So linebacker out of Miami, Ruben Bain Jr. going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I think you guys asked right here in this room, John Schneider, who are some of the organizations that you respect? Who are some that over the years you look at and you've gained the respect? You mentioned Baltimore and you mentioned these guys. And I don't think you mentioned L.A. in particular because, well, they're the rival. I think you probably put them in the same bucket. And Todd Light, the GM down there in Tampa, it seems to happen to them a lot like this. How did you get Ruben Bain with the 15th pick? This is Dave, a really good football player. And, fortunately for them, I think the board fell, and that's why they were celebrating in that war room. They got a good one.
Yeah, we were talking about, as far as a pass rush goes, what's your plan B? I feel like Bain has, if plan A doesn't work, he's got B and C. I mean, he's very talented in that regard. Oh, my God, please stop talking about arm length.
Come on, man. I'm so tired of that. Can he play ball or not?
Yeah. I know. I mean, that one kind of drives me nuts. But, this guy's really
I love the
good.
receding hairline, too, the 1980s haircut. You don't care?
Yeah.
You don't care?
No, is he doing that on purpose?
My man in the 60s, bro.
60s. Seriously, he don't care. Miami Vice. Let's go.
I love it. Well, the Jets are on the clock currently. They have the 16th overall pick, a pick they acquired from the Indianapolis Colts. As we keep you up to date on everything happening in the 2026 NFL Draft right here, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Want more control over your kitchen? Chef Store makes it easier to buy once and stay stocked longer. Find big value in fresh proteins, seasonal produce, freezer favorites, and more. Open to the public, no membership required. Chef Store. Get more, save bigger.
Hello, Seattle. Bank of America, in partnership with Visa, invites you to a FIFA World Cup 26 watch party. Open an eligible Bank of America checking account in participating financial centers only for an opportunity to reserve 2 complimentary tickets while supplies last. Experience special musical guests, games, giveaways, food, and more, all at a legendary venue. Learn more at BofA.com/BofA Visa Watch Party. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 26. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Well, spring is all about getting ready for summer, isn't it? Hey, Brock Huard here. And working out in your own home, well, it is the best. We've been doing so for years. And you can allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. And right now, get spring special financing with 0% interest for 12 months. Plus, mention me and receive an $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000. Spring is here. So go get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or simply visit topfitness.com for more info.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco bill, and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
You're listening to live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
The 2026 NFL Draft continues right here. Seattle Sports on 710. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Brock Huard taking you through the entirety of the first round. We went to break right as the New York Jets were about to make their pick, and they made their pick. And Brock, a guy you'd mentioned a few times, in fact, you were afraid this guy was going to be who the Rams took at 13. Instead, they took Ty Simpson, the quarterback out of Alabama. The Jets, with the 16th overall pick, go tight end out of Oregon, Kenyon Sadiq.
Bump, what's going on with your Jets?
Hey, they heard me talking crap.
Bump,
That's what it was.
What is going on with your
two
Jets?
For two.
If I was Bump, I would say, why they got to be my team?
Hey,
why they my Jets?
I'll take them. Yeah. I mean, you get weapons. You got Sadiq. You still got Garrett Wilson over there. You got Breece Hall as well. I mean, quietly, they put together a pretty solid draft so far.
Yeah, he is one dynamic human being. Idaho Falls, Idaho, about 205 pounds when he came out of school there. Was a receiver, super fast in Oregon, kind of like Oregon does. Saw just rare athleticism, and we're going to develop you. I'm not going to call them tight end you, but they're pushing Iowa. They're pushing other places because every year now they're churning out. Terrence Ferguson with the Rams last year, they are churning out tight ends. He put about 40 pounds on, and it didn't slow him down. Still a 4.38 at 240 pounds. Bump, what were you 4.4s?
4.4, yeah.
Yep, 4.4.
Yeah, that man's faster than me.
And how much did you weigh at the time?
185.
60 pounds.
Yeah. He's 240. What'd you say?
240. 245.
My
yeah.
goodness.
Yes.
Speaking of those measurables and everything, the linebackers bigger than I thought. I mean, I look at some of those guys, and they look smaller, but you see they're like 245.
Yep.
And, you know.
What'd you play at?
I played at 245, 250, but I wasn't running a freaking 4.40 or whatever.
4.3. What'd you say it was? A 4.3 something?
Kenyon Sneak ran a 4.38 at the combine.
Yeah.
He put up Nicky Manwari kind of crazy numbers.
Wow. Right. Yeah, and you know, and look at Eamon Warren. I mean, he can play up in the box. He's practically a linebacker.
Yep.
You know, so you know when they're in base personnel, it looks like nickel basically, or it doesn't look like it, but you know, he actually you know can fly around. So. Yeah, I mean, some of these linebackers, they're starting to get a little bit bigger, but you know, it's no sacrifice for speed, which is kind of crazy because that's you know that was always the problem with linebackers when I played. That you get a guy that's really fast, but he's going to get overwhelmed at the point of attack, and now not so much.
So the Jets get the number one pass rusher and the number one tight end, and they get arguably the number one most physically freakish guy defensively and offensively.
Yeah,
so
good on the Jets.
Kind of do the right thing.
Maybe they won't be the laughing stock of the league this year.
Oh, they got a long ways to go.
Okay, so maybe
just two guys.
They'll remain the laughing stock.
Let's not get carried away here.
They'll be in a conversation with the Raiders and other teams like that.
Maybe the grandson or the son or whatever had a really good fantasy football year.
Or he played bad and really well and won with a specific group of players there. Detroit Lions, their pick is in. We're waiting for that announcement. Pick number 17 overall.
Lineman, right? This got to be a tackle.
You'd think, right? To get that offense, they said they were fourth in the league in points scored. They've done well with the O-line. You got to protect Jared Goff there. We'll see what they do there. They're going to be followed by Minnesota at 18, Carolina at 19. Dallas has another pick that they acquired from Green Bay at number 20, and then we'll see if the crowd goes wild there because the Steelers pick at 21. So a massive crowd obviously gathered for this in Pittsburgh. It's again, just an ocean of people out there, and we'll see what they do to appease the Steeler fans in attendance.
So kind of a run on offensive linemen where we saw a bunch of those guys finally go, right? We've now seen a bunch of these front seven guys go. At some point here, there's going to be some more corners, right? There's a bunch of really good.
But not with
corners.
the Lions, or you think with the Lions?
I think the Lions built their thing at the line of scrimmage. That's where they fell off a year ago. I'd imagine you have to replenish that.
Well, we'll see as the commissioner is making his way up to the podium to announce the pick of the Detroit Lions, and he's got a guest with him.
The NFL is proud to be part of the global community of wish makers, taking action to support Make-A-Wish during World Wish Month. Tonight, you all have the opportunity to help grant an unforgettable wish. I'm joined here by Easton, a 14-year-old Lions fan whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. I'd like to ask all of you to join me in cheering on Easton as he makes his wish come true. Take it away, Easton.
With the 17th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Blake Miller, tackle, Clemson.
There you go. Yep. Brock, you nailed it. An offensive lineman, not a Polynesian, but Blake Miller out of Clemson going to the Detroit Lions. How about that?
Yeah,
you like him?
Yeah, yeah. He's big, athletic. I mean, he's almost 6'7", right? He can move, and with some of the challenges was a Decker, their left tackle, that just suffered some injuries, and they talked about maybe moving Penei Sewell over there, left tackle. No, let's just go get a very talented, and if there's a group that has had some very proud offensive lines, decimated right now, injury and Decker injury, like it took a little bit of a beating, and so did Jared Goff, and so did the Lions. This is a way to replenish it.
Yeah, a guy that they point out up there has got a wrestling background, and Dave, you know about that. I know about that. Training with some of those guys, they know about weight distribution and leverage. They're very good regardless of how much they weigh.
Yeah, there was a time, I think he was the UW guy. I can't remember his name, but he was a wrestler, and I got in a fight with him in practice, and he just instantly pinned me.
Kevin Gogan?
No. I would have whooped him. No. Yeah, I can't remember Dean something. Anyway, yeah, and I was the wrestlers. They just, they understand leverage.
Dean Kirkland?
Dean Kirkland. Thank you.
Yes.
I should have remembered that. But I got a fist bump from Brock, everybody. But yeah, I mean, it was just, they just understand leverage and just a little bit better. And I always tell the story about my buddy Jeff, who is like, probably 145 pounds, and he would regularly pin me when we would have a couple of beers at the Delt House. And
blame it on the beer, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get the Vikings have the 18th overall pick. Here's the commissioner with that one.
With the 18th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Caleb Banks, defensive end, Florida.
Yeah, hearing a wow in the background there. Is that a wow pick? Is that a reach, or what's?
Yeah, that is one that production hasn't been great. That, again, I'll go back to physical traits, and you could see the celebration. There was a lot of mocks that did not even have him in the first round, and then he had a physical. There was a real concern about an injury, and then they did some further work. I think it was on a foot, and it was like, no. He's not going to be damaged.
Missed all but 3 games in 2025. Broke foot again before the combine workout.
Sometimes when you're 6'6", 330, and you have a broken foot, that can be a problem long term. Got to have surgery. Got to get that thing stable. And I think there were some second, third opinions that were like, nope, that is not the case. He's going to test just fine. And then, well, he's like one of these big interior guys. It's unique. To play inside and be 6'6", 330, you've got to be a pretty special athlete.
Yeah, I mean, he played 5 years in college, but, you talk about there was 1 year he played 3 games, 1 year he played 6, 1 game in his freshman year.
Yep.
So, yeah, well.
Do guys get more durable in the NFL?
No, you get lucky is what happens because you're going to get banged up. And what I like about him is that he's just a mover of men, and he's played everywhere from inside. He's played the 9. I mean, when you're 6'6", 330, guys are going to experiment with you. Like, where are we going to put this dude? So my big homie, Big Ray, says he always wants a guy that has a PhD at something, but there is some value in being able to move across that line of scrimmage and do some different techniques.
Projection or production?
That kind of – go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, projection or production? If you're the GM, you want more production in over 5 years, or are you going to project those traits and that size to being able to fit with what we do?
I just think you're taking a pretty big unnecessary risk projecting. I like to see that, and that's why I always say, like, I wouldn't have drafted me. No way, not with that injury.
Yeah.
No way. And there was lots of teams that just weren't, but. Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot of football that he's played, so they see something.
There you go. There's Caleb Banks, defensive tackle out of Florida, going to the Minnesota Vikings with the 18th overall pick. The Carolina Panthers have the 19th overall pick. We're going to come back with that as we continue our coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Fiber on decking is now available at Dunn Lumber, your deck headquarters. The Puyallup RV Show returns April 30th through May 3rd and through April 29th. Buy a ticket online, get another free. Kids and parking, always free. Heck, you can bring the whole family for the price of one ticket. Go to PuyallupRVShow.com. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
You can count on the Seattle Times for local news and information on your teams and your scores. Get inside the game and go beyond the stats with game summaries, player interviews, and play-by-play analysis every day. Read our coverage at seattletimes.com/sports.
A legendary night for a legendary arm. The one and only Randy Johnson.
Swing and a miss. He's got number 14.
See the big unit make more Mariners history on Saturday, May 2nd, as his number 51 is retired at T-Mobile Park. The first Mariners pitcher to throw a no-hitter.
Randy looks to the skies. That is covered by the dome and bedlam.
Win the Cy Young Award.
And there's 19. That is a new American League record by a left-hander.
And be inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
The trade to Seattle set my career in motion.
He was dominant. He was intimidating. He was electric. Join us in celebrating the big unit for 2 great nights presented by T-Mobile. Friday, May 1st. Score your own number 51 on Randy Johnson 80s Jersey Night. And be there Saturday, May 2nd for Randy Johnson number retirement ceremony night.
Very proud to have played there for 10 years. Thank you, Seattle.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/big unit.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code VALUE to borrow up to $10,000.
The 2026 NFL Draft.
Live coverage is powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube. 710 KIRO AM Seattle.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the 2026 NFL Draft. First round.
Powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker. Here's your host, Bob Stelton.
We are live at the VMAC. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus taking you through the first round. And some trades happening. Dallas has been active. They make a trade in their division with the Philadelphia Eagles. They hate everybody. They hate each other. Yet they pulled off this trade. And the Philadelphia Eagles with the 20th overall pick. The Dallas Cowboys moved down to 23. The Eagles select a wide receiver out of USC bump, Makai Lemon. What does that mean to you? What does that mean to the Eagles, more importantly?
I love it, man. We all know AJ's gone, right? He's probably headed to New England or somewhere, and they needed to replenish that position. I love Mekhi Lemon, man. 5'11", 192. He had 175 targets and only 3 drops. He wins the 50-50 ball like he's a 6'2", 6'3 guy. He's only 5'11", and I love the energy in and out of his breaks, man. He's a route runner over there. SC quietly puts out some good receivers as well. I know we talk about Ohio State a lot and Bam and all those guys, but this is a guy who plays with the attitude of an underdog. I mean, when you are 5'11", going up and grabbing 50-50 balls the way he does, you got to have a chip on your shoulder. Really like this pick for the Eagles.
Can he play inside or outside?
Does it both.
Does it both.
Yep.
Yeah.
Little brother recruited him. My brother Luke is the offense coordinator at USC. Recruited him and just loves him. He is your dog.
Yeah.
To your point right there. It just doesn't matter what is asked, and he loves to play football. There is a lot of them on Ross St. Brown.
Yeah.
There you just get a lot of that vibe. Maybe not quite as physical, but there's also some JSN in his game that you're covered. No, you're not covered because you got great lower body strength. So that's a good move by Philly. I mean, Philly and Howie Roseman know what they're doing too, because Pittsburgh and some of the teams that followed, they're probably going to be on, this guy's going to be on their board. So they jumped them to get him. Before that, Carolina took probably the last offensive tackle in this draft. There's maybe one more out of Utah. Lomu is possible, but Morgan Freeling, the 6'8", mom was a yoga.
Monroe Freeling, right?
Yeah, mom was a yoga instructor. That was the note they put up for us up on the board.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, very bendy, big guy. So yet another tackle goes, a receiver goes, and now your Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
On the clock.
Let's see what the crowd does. What are the Steelers going to do here at 21? Just looking at the next picks, 21 is going to the Steelers coming up next. They're on the clock, followed by the Chargers. Dallas now at 23 after that trade with the Eagles. The Cleveland Browns have another pick at 24. They get that from Jacksonville. And the 25th overall pick will be the Chicago Bears, followed by Buffalo, San Francisco, Houston, Kansas City, Miami, New England, and, of course, Seattle.
Okay, Bump, we're a dozen picks away from the Seahawks.
Right.
Just trying to read the market here. A lot of the offensive linemen have gone. There was no market anyway for a tackle to go to Seattle, not with the 3 that they feel really good about, if not 4 on the roster. Both quarterbacks go. Top 3 receivers go. Your top 3 edge rushers go. As you kind of look now, 12 picks out, where does this market, if any direction, go for Seattle?
Man, well, the guys that I think fit are still out there. One is Jadarian Price. I think everyone and their mom been talking about him. And then the next is Chase Besantis, a guard out of Texas A&M. I think that the right side has been a little suspect at that guard position. They could address it there, but it feels like they're still going to trade back out of this thing.
Yeah, I think we all feel like they're going to, maybe except Brock. You think it's more.
If there's one of these corners, and there's only been one corner so far, and he went in the top, he went really early, top 5.
Yeah, LSU.
Yeah, so he's the only, he went number 6 to Kansas City. So every other corner, and there are some good corners. And my guy Chris Johnson is probably way up high on my list.
Yeah.
Please don't go somewhere here in the 20s.
Hey, you did a thing on D'Angelo Pons.
Love
I like that kid too. You looked at him bump.
Guy
I mean,
is a Michael Bumpus.
He's such a scrapper, man.
Baller. Yes.
Oh, and he's not a big guy. He was the guy Bob was talking about where people are grabbing his sleeve.
Yeah.
Face mask. He doesn't care. Just keeps going to the ball. I thought he was.
I know the Honey Badger nickname's already been taken. It's been played.
But he lives up to that.
He's got that mentality.
Yeah. I thought he has some spoon-like qualities.
Yes.
Yeah.
Smart football player too.
By the way, they're about to announce the 21st overall pick, and Steelers fans are losing their ever-loving minds.
Like Rush is performing out there, Bob. It's like
just like Rush. There's no women there.
Who were the old rockers that they had up there?
That was Tommy Shaw from Styx.
Okay.
And JY.
Because in Pittsburgh they play like
Renegade.
80s. Yeah, they play that. And
Renegade is
Can
the
you
Steelers.
sing it for me right now?
70s and 80s.
Not right now.
Music playing there.
But so Renegade is an adopted song that
it's pretty good. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
In that stadium, it's a pretty cool scene. They used to also play Crazy Train at the start of the kickoff with the towels going.
Who does that,
stadium
Brock?
A few times. That would be Ozzy.
Good. Usually your answer is Van Halen for everything.
Peace, yes. Or Stone Temple Pilots. Those are my go-tos. Yes.
Yeah, but the Steelers fans, they're milking this. They're getting the fans to go ballistic out there, putting up scream signs on the video board, trying to get this place to explode. And here comes Roger Goodell along with Jerome Bettis and some other guests. And let's get the Steelers selection right here, number 21 overall.
Since 1948. Big moment.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are committed to growing the game of football and celebrating athletes at every level. Joining me on stage are 6 Jerome Bettis Leadership Award recipients, featuring both high school tackle players and flag football athletes. Jerome?
Thank you, Commissioner. The Jerome Bettis Leadership Award recognizes high school football players who demonstrate leadership, character, and service, both on and off the field. Congratulations to each of you. We wish all of you the best as you continue your football journeys. The last time I introduced the Steelers' first-round pick, I was fortunate to introduce T.J. Watt. And with the 21st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Max Ihanachor, tackle, Arizona State.
There you go, another O-lineman off the board. Seems to be well received as they show these Steeler fans going ballistic there. So I guess everybody likes that pick. What do you've been talking O-lineman?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Pretty cool for Kenny Dillingham and ASU to have 2 picks in the top 21. I don't know the last time that happened. Paul Moyer, you're celebrating somewhere from Tempe to make that happen. This guy just came on to football late. He's just again. If I've said one thing, we got to change that camera shot.
They're showing a celebration in the home of wherever he's at, and they've got the backside of somebody congratulating.
And I think I just heard Mr. Rooney say, "Pull your pants up." He
needs to tighten his belt up a little bit.
He didn't have a belt. That's the problem.
So we got 20. We got 21 draft picks. We got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. More than half of them, way more than half of them, are big people. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of the last 8 have all been line of scrimmage guys. Just massive. 6'6", 320, unbelievable bender. Like, you're just not supposed to be this athletic. When Dwayne Brown used to run out of the tunnel, Dave Wyman, I would say that looks like a 220-pound man.
Yeah.
That just runs, and he's 320 pounds. That's what this guy is.
Well, and they said he's a basketball player. I mean, I don't know how much you guys value multiple sport athletes, but I always think, especially basketball, you know, every guy in the NFL bragged about being the best basketball player in high school, including me, actually. And but yeah, I mean, I just think it looks like that's where his footwork comes from. And you know, I always tell kids, like, play every sport.
Yeah. You know what he's kind of famous for too over the last month or so is he wrestled with Mike Vrabel right after Vrabel got done wrestling Rossini. So I'm sorry. Did I say that?
Shame on you, Brock.
I'm sorry.
Look at that.
You were the last one I thought was going to say that.
Yeah. I mean, that's a Bumpus.
I got to keep you on your toes. But do you remember that video of Vrabel at a pro day? And he was and he wanted to feel like that guy's leverage and his hands and his power and his strength. And
he's still got some growing to do. He's still got some growing to do. He's a junior college guy, hasn't played a lot of football, and the fact that he's a first-round pick, only 6 years into playing ball, I mean, he can still grow. He reminds me like a Boye Mafe. Boye didn't start playing football till late. You get coached up, and everything is like a sponge to you because you haven't been jaded by all these other trainers and coaches or whatnot. So we'll see how he develops.
It was the ASU Pro Day. It was the same time as the owners' meeting.
It's a family show, bro.
I said wrestled.
Yeah. They're showing a lot of people look like they're leaving after that pick, by the way. So we'll see what the crowd looks like now that the Steelers have made their pick. The Chargers pick at 22 is in. We'll get to that in a moment. Brock, I'm curious to get your take on this because there's something Dave's talked about when it comes to O-linemen, and it was more specifically about Stone Forsythe.
They're cheaters.
In his height.
Yep.
No, well, you say that all the time, that they cheat. But at what point are they too tall?
When they can't bend. And Stone was a hip bender. Like, he just could not bend his knees and his ankles. Like, you watch that tape of that kid and the kid Freeling out of Georgia. Like, they bend. They don't look like they're 6'6", 6'7", 6'8". Stone, the reason he was a 6th-round pick is he moved like he was 6'6", 6'7", 6'8".
Great feet, man. This is the stupidest thing ever. We were going to the bus one time, and he accidentally didn't see a garbage can, and so he ran into it, and then his feet went, and then he got upright, and I was like, that guy really, he has good feet. He just needs to be taught football, and also he doesn't really bend at the waist.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the 22nd overall pick belongs to the Chargers. Here's the commissioner with that announcement.
With the 22nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Akeem Mesidor, linebacker, Miami.
linebacker out of Miami, Akeem Mesidor, going to the Los Angeles Chargers with the 22nd overall pick. That means the Dallas Cowboys, after their trade with the Eagles, are on the clock at number 23. We'll come back with that pick as we continue with the 2026 NFL Draft right here, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
With Popeye's new $6 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $6 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV. But if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Get down with KC and the Sunshine Band when they take the stage at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Sunday, May 17th at 8 p.m. The iconic 70s group has toured around the world, and now they're bringing their blend of funk, disco, and R&B to Muckleshoot Casino Resort on May 17th. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Hello, my friends. It's DeGraws here, encouraging you to golf local. Our region is blessed with a ton of golf that isn't very expensive and can accommodate all types of skill levels. Check out the premier courses at Bellevue, Bill Wright, Cedar Crest, Inter Bay, Jackson Park, Lake Padden, Legion Memorial, Linwood, or Walter Hall. You know, wherever you are in Western Washington, you're not far from a premier course. Why not book a tee time online or play Top Tracer at the range at Inter Bay, Bill Wright, and Jackson Park? So what are you waiting for? Play the courses. Play Premier.
It's the 2026 NFL Draft.
Live coverage is powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
The 2026 NFL Draft continues here. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus taking you through the entire process. The pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys at number 23. They traded with the Eagles to move down to 23, so the Dallas Cowboys have made 2 trades so far, accumulating some picks. We'll see where they go, but rapidly approaching the back half of this draft. The Cowboys will be followed by Cleveland, Chicago, Buffalo, San Francisco, Houston, Kansas City, Miami, New England, and then Seattle as the commissioner is making his way up to the podium to announce the latest pick for America's team, the Dallas Cowboys.
From the Eagles, so they improved those picks to take this one.
With the 23rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Malachi Lawrence, defensive end, University of Central Florida.
Malachi Lawrence at a UCF edge rusher going to the Dallas Cowboys. So that's not one of the names you had mentioned. I asked you during the break, Brock. Just give me some of the names, just best guys available, or guys you're surprised they have not been taken off the board.
Yeah, we've talked about Thieneman, the safety out of Oregon. I think by this time he was mocked to go to a few different teams. But this is, once again, this is now 15, by my math, 15 of 23 that are line of scrimmage players. These are big people that are going to come off the board in a draft that doesn't have blue chips. And if things are even, let's go with the bigger prospect. This is also the first non-Power 4 player, Bump. Every player preceding the first 22 guys were all from Power 4 conference schools. I was up and down. I love the attributes, but I need to see more than 1 year of production.
Yeah, I'm with you with the production, but he's one of the guys that I didn't know going into this draft. And when I started watching the film, the more excited I got about him. Obviously, you would like more reps, but the thing that I appreciate about him the most is that he mirrors movements when that quarterback is outside the pocket. Like, if you take a jab, he takes a jab. If you stutter, he's going to stutter. Relentless pursuer of the football. This is the one that surprised me because I didn't know who he was. Started doing your research, and I said, I wonder how early he's going to go. And honestly, Jets, I pat you on the back. Dallas, I pat you on the back so far. We know what your shortcomings were. You need to get better on defense. This guy's going to be a sleeper. I think this is one of him and that safety from Toledo are the 2 guys who went to smaller schools who I think can make some noise.
Can I just – have we seen more tiers this year in 23 picks than we've ever seen before?
Seems like it, yeah.
Am I projecting?
No.
As a very emotional man?
No. You're seeing. I think it's legit. I think you're accurate in what you're saying.
That'll be the next annoying thing that Brock does during the draft.
They start crying?
He'll start bawling.
Now that I've turned 50, Dave, I've stopped the clapping. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yeah, well,
maybe the tears.
You know?
Maybe the tears are going to be.
You got a little clappy though with the Ty Simpson pick
Did
at
I?
13 to the right. Well, you
that was
slapped
absurd.
the legs.
Yeah, that was absurd.
Yeah,
but wait till you start having grandkids there, old man.
Yeah. Then the tears will really come about.
Yeah.
I don't know, and it's a little surprising to me because most of these guys, quite honestly, are already millionaires.
Yeah. You know, it's funny that we're going to get to that range here where there are guys that are going to be taking a pay cut coming into the league, right?
It's true. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys, Miami's got 3 draft picks. Those guys all got paid significant money. The Ohio State Buckeye guy, we go through this list, and I don't know. That's kind of refreshing to me. You wonder, like, you've already got a few million in the bank, and are you good? And, like, no. Like, this still means the world to me.
Well, that's exactly what John Schneider told us. And I've noticed that you get much more mature kids. I mean, we sit in here on our show, now you guys two Bump, and then on the huddle, you get these guys that come in like Nick Emanwari. What an amazing kid. You know, and he was like, how did I do afterwards? You know, and he's just more mature. They're ready. And, you know, and I thought it was going to go the other way. I thought the NIL and all that money and everything would turn these guys into idiots. And, you know, they would be, you know, they wouldn't appreciate football as much. It's the opposite. So, yeah, I mean, that part of it is very cool.
I think you got to pat the universities on the back, too, giving these guys a resource to understand finances and stuff and to put things in perspective. Because if you gave me $1 million in Pullman, man, I don't know if I'm making it to class for a week. You know, like, it's just, but I
go a
think
long way in Pullman.
It sure will.
Yeah,
I live there
you
forever.
could have bought
after
apartment complexes back in the day, Bob.
But I think that the universities have done a good job getting ahead of this and getting the resources for these guys.
That's
so
good.
It's not a big surprise.
Do you guys ever sit here and wonder, based on who you were in college, as good as you guys were and as highly touted as you guys were, like, what would I be making?
I'm worth a couple mil easy. At least
Right?
a couple mil. Yeah, at least.
Wow. I mean, you were projected, had you come out the year before, as a top 5 pick. I mean, what would you have been making, do you think, in today's world if you were projected as a top 5 quarterback?
Yeah, who knows?
About 4 to 6.
I don't know, Bob. I don't know.
Why don't we bash for 4 to 6 million over there? Me 2 to 3. You 4 to 6.
Paul Moyer used to always rave about Brock, how like in high school he was the best basketball and football player I've ever seen. Yeah, I think I could beat Brock one-on-one in basketball, but that's another story.
Yeah, it is different. It does speed up the maturity.
Right.
I think that honestly is what, and that's why I love to see this emotion come out. Because I had that same fear. Like, if you've already gotten paid, you've already made millions of bucks, and in some cases, especially as we get into the second, third round, these are pay cuts. But to see the number of tiers and the meaning this means, or the meaning for these guys to go to different pro places that they've dreamed of as kids.
Were you guys, as kids, did you like write in your Dr. Seuss book, my book about me, what do I want to do when I grow up? And I wrote football player.
Yeah. Every time I had a chance to write what I wanted to be, it was a football player.
It was a football player.
Yep.
Yeah, and so I know Brock's was underpants model.
Underpants.
But
such a good word.
That was you know, I love seeing the emotion, because I guarantee you almost every one of these guys love football, man. It just chooses you, and they get overwhelmed, and it's pretty cool. At first I was like, oh, come on, stop crying. But then, you know, you start thinking about what these guys, went through, especially going through an injury.
Let's get the number 24 overall pick going to the Cleveland Browns. Here's the commissioner.
The 24th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Casey Concepcion, wide receiver, Texas A&M.
Okay.
Texas A&M throwing a receiver into the mix at Casey Concepcion going to the Cleveland Browns. Now we just have to wonder who's going to throw him the ball.
Right.
But what do you think, Bump?
I like it, man. He's his acceleration and deceleration is efficient. He catches the contested ball. 10 out of 15 throws that were contested, he caught those things. And then the after the catch ability is stupid. He has 2 returns for a touchdown. You want the ball in his hands. Like, you throw jet sweeps to him, screens, you put him in the backfield. He's a guy that you can move around. Big play waiting to happen.
Yeah, a lot of production in college. He's got a great wig, too. Look at that. Look at the hair.
You know who he kind of reminds me of? He reminds me of a faster Doug Baldwin. Ooh. So his short area quickness, like Doug, is elite. And he in the slot, and you'll see him in end arounds, and a lot of his right there.
Yeah, that was very Baldwin-esque. Very Baldwin-esque, that move.
But Doug was probably, and I'm not throwing shade at you, Doug, but you were probably undrafted because you were 4'6", somewhere in that range. And this guy is like,
no, he's taller than that.
Yeah, thank you, 4'6", I appreciate that. This guy is legit 4'4". Like, he's another step or two even more dynamic. But it's the same body control, the same short area quickness, and Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders will have a new weapon.
Dylan Gabriel, whoever else is going to be there. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting group out there, and how that shakes out is going to be worth watching. Meanwhile, the Chicago Bears with the 25th overall pick are on the clock. We're going to get you up to speed on what they do as we continue live with the 2026 NFL Draft, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center right here, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
At Pacific Power Batteries, we know that 3 out of 10 people are pretty good with math. The other 8 people, not so good. That's why we're here to help you select a battery with the best value of dollars per cold cranking amp, per minute reserve capacity, or per amp hour. We speak battery and often use a calculator. So come visit us at Pacific Power Batteries, where, with a 12-volt battery, we'll throw in the extra 0.6 of a volt for no extra charge.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman speaking to those who have recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer. I spoke with Dr. Meyer, the medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center, and Dr. Meyer said Swedish CyberKnife patients are really satisfied with their experience. They report very few side effects, and they're seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later. To learn more, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate or call 206-320-7187.
CyberKnife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now, or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Well, spring is all about getting ready for summer, isn't it? But do you have a room just sitting empty and you've dreamt of making it your own home gym? Hey, Brock Huard here, and working out in your own home, well, it is the best. We've been doing so for years. And you can allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. Simply give them your room dimensions, and they'll do the rest. A complete fitness room design. It's no secret why everyone, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love Top Fitness. Top Fitness represents the very best brands in fitness, like Precor, Inspire Fitness, along with many others. They also have everything from flooring to weights that go in a home gym. And right now, get spring special financing with 0% interest for 12 months, plus mention me and receive an $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000. Spring is here to get you in the best shape, so go get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or simply visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft is powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
We continue with our coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, and Michael Bumpus with you. The Chicago Bears with the 25th overall pick. Here's the commissioner with the announcement.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman, defensive back, Oregon.
There you go. You brought him up earlier, Brock, when I asked you about some of the names that still remain. You might have been a little surprised they hadn't been taken yet. This was one of them.
Yeah, he is just kind of like Kenyon Sadiq. He was developed in Eugene for a number of years. He's gotten bigger and faster and stronger. And if you've been to Eugene and you've seen the resources that they have, it mirrors this building we're sitting in. As far as you're going to have everything in the world, from nutrition, from sports psychologists to science to strength and conditioning, to get you bigger, faster, and stronger. And this guy at the Combine, he solidified his pick. His tape was good, and then, his measurables at the Combine were next-level safety stuff.
Yeah, you probably saw a lot of him bump, Oregon guy. And, he's going to be playing with Kobe Bryant.
Yeah. Let me say one thing. Big ups to the white defensive backs these last few years, man. They've been coming up, man. The white DBs are doing their thing.
Surprisingly athletic.
Hey, I like sneaky athletic. Sneaky athletic.
Athletic.
Go, Jason Seahorn here.
I wasn't going to say it. He kind of looks like B-Walt a little bit.
A little bit.
With his aviators on.
A little B-Walt. No, this dude right here, my note for him is that he is just disruptive. Mm-hmm. Like when he's going to get the football, he's getting man and ball. I mean, every time he's at the point of attack, there's nothing nice about what he's doing. 6 foot, 200 pounds, runs a 4.3. He can get left, right, north, south, east, west. Just a real versatile player.
Everybody in the NFL has always wanted speed. It's the one thing that carries through all the decades and centuries of us guys that played in the 80s into the 90s into the 2000s. Everybody's always wanted speed, right? Al Davis with the Raiders. Speaking of Marvin Demoff, I remember when I was drafted, that was always the thing. We want speed. But I would say now, based on what these NFL defenses are doing, what Mike McDonald is leading, you better, if you're going to play that umbrella coverage, Dave, and you're going to play zone, and you're going to disguise, and you're going to move late, and you better be able to run and really cover space. If you're going to show one picture and at the snap change it to a different picture, you better be able to go and explode. And I'll say this, of all of these defensive guys drafted, right, they can go. Like at linebacker and at safety and at corner, you have not seen like he's a 4.6 guy. Oh, he's a great football player. He's a 4.6 guy.
Right.
No, they're all really, really fast here in the first round.
Yeah, he looks like he's not lacking confidence. He had some swagger to him.
Oh, they show the other white safety for Minnesota.
Yeah,
that was the comp.
Yeah.
That was the comp.
And it was the comp. Harrison Smith.
Yeah.
Nice.
By the way, the Adam Schefter here is giving details on the trade. The Texans are on the clock right now. They've traded with Buffalo. And Buffalo gets the number 28 pick, number 69, and number 167 pick right there. The Dolphins traded up to San Francisco's spot. He had tweeted out moments ago that San Francisco was looking to trade out of number 27, which they did. So the Dolphins trade up to 27. 49ers get the 30th pick and the 90th overall pick.
Well,
so
if I'm being a little sour here or a little negative, the fact that all of these trades are transpiring before we would like to see the Seahawks trade, I don't know if that's a good omen.
You think maybe the dominoes are starting to fall here?
I think absolutely.
Yeah.
That you're starting to see something targeted, right? Like we've had one corner. When was the last time in an NFL draft we've gone 26 picks without just one corner drafted in the league where you got to cover guys?
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Bump, where do you feel Houston may be looking here?
Houston, I think your job is to get C.J. Stroud back to the guy that you saw his rookie season, right? He hits the ground running, comes out, you think he's going to be an all-pro type of guy, and he's taking a couple of steps back. So how do you take care of your quarterback? You go to that offensive line, what Brock likes to say, the big people. So go ahead and get yourself another big person and instill some confidence back in C.J. Stroud.
And the kid out of Utah is you're seeing it on Daniel Jeremiah's best available. He's the last tackle. He's rated as 30th player Lomu. I saw him. He is like so many of these tackles in this draft. They are all athletes. They're all guys that can really run. So if you want to do that, or maybe it's an interior guy. Maybe it's Pregnon, the big guard, or the kid out of Texas A&M, Basantis, who I know you like, the offensive guard. So there's a couple guards and a tackle as far as a big guy. Outside of that, we'll see as the commissioner is stepping to the plate.
Yeah, let's get the Texans pick at 26.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keelan Rutledge, guard, Georgia Tech.
Well, they went O-line. They went with a big person, but they went with a guard out of Georgia Tech. What do you think?
Yeah, he was my I profiled 12 guys for the 12s to count down to the draft, and he was my number 12th guy because I thought we could see him in the second round. He's the meanest, baddest dude in this draft. He's not the most athletic. He had a serious car accident in college. We talk about, again, overcoming adversity. And in talking to Daniel Jeremiah, when I said, just give me the meanest guy. I don't really care about anything else. Just like the flat out, like the Dave Wyman and him are going to go in a phone booth and they're going to come out bloody. Who is it? And he was like, oh, easy. It's a guard from Georgia Tech, Rutledge. And this is pretty high. I had not seen him at 26, but this is a run on offensive lineman.
Yeah, no kidding. Steve Rabel's going to be happy.
Yeah.
Georgia Tech.
Yeah, that's right.
Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
He's just nasty, like you mentioned. I mean, you put on the technique might not even always be there, but he makes up with it with just his relentlessness and nastiness. He wants to push you through the turf, and I appreciate that about him.
Yeah, I hated guards like that. I remember Steve Wisniewski, who.
Yep.
The thing I always noticed about him, like we would, talk to each other, yell at each other and stuff. He never swore, but I did. And he never reciprocated for some reason.
Really?
No, but he was one of those guys that would try to humiliate you.
Yes.
And
and that's this guy. That's this guy, 100%.
Well, and the other thing that does also, it takes you out of your game. Now all of a sudden you're so pissed, you're seeing red, right? And so that's
and you're angry. He's not cursing back at you.
That too. That bothered me. I don't know why. He called me a sucker one time.
A sucker.
And I'm like, what? That's all you got?
I feel like that's what you get from Phillip Rivers. That's what you'd be yelling at.
He was a Phillip Rivers type of guy.
John Schneider has sat in this room with you two gents over the last few months, and he's talked about this being a leaner draft.
Yeah.
And I think we see a few indicators of this. I think the fact that Rutledge goes 26 here. Last year's draft, there is no way he is a first rounder.
No chance.
But God bless him. Good for him. Fifth year, that is awesome for him. The fact that Ty Simpson went number 13 is still patently absurd to me.
That's the biggest reach so far, obviously.
Yeah. I think that's the biggest reach. And you could feel that by the reaction almost in the room, like, what? You did what?
We couldn't hear the reaction. You were slapping your legs. That's all we heard.
Well, I apologize for that. Caleb Banks, the defensive tackle, who really had 1.5 years out of 5, as Dave said. Yeah, playing. And not like late first round where you often see guys like that taken. He was the 18th pick in this draft. So kind of some payoff to some of the things that John has sat here and talked to you guys about. It's not to slight them. It's not that they're bad football players. It's just in a normal draft, you're talking about these guys that have all gone 18 to 26 to 13. Like, they're probably late, if not second-round picks a season ago.
I think also, too, man, is that with the Ty Simpson and with what's the young man you just mentioned, D-tackle, Caleb Banks, maybe they're just their kind of guys. This is the kind of guy that we want. You watch the film and you nitpick, and then you get them in the room with you, and maybe there's something about their charisma or the way they talked about the game that kind of brings you in. And this will be the draft to do that because we're not seeing the blue chippers we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and that's one thing Schneider said numerous times is that we're not drafting for the rest of the NFL or the mock drafters. It's for this team. What does this team need here? And if he's within that range as far as, the first round or the second round, then they're going to take him.
Well, this team needs some edge help.
That's a great point, Bob. Honestly, because there's a lot of things, and sometimes if you're not drafting well, that can be a bad thing, right? That, we really got him just because we thought he was this, that, and the other, but really ultimately his talent doesn't work out. But the Seahawks have been hitting home runs. And so, they can kind of do that. So, I think that's an interesting point there, and that's why they value those 30 visits.
Right.
I would also argue that the Seahawks have gotten the guy they wanted. I know they say that every time regardless, but Byron Murphy was the number. Every D tackle was out there, and they got the guy they wanted. Devin Witherspoon, all the corners were out there. They got the guy they wanted. JSN, the receivers were out there. They got the guy they wanted. Right now, there's been 5 edge players that have gone. And we know that edge, running back, and corner probably the 3 biggest needs on the roster, or opportunities. I'm not going to call them needs, opportunities. And right now, gents, we still have only 1 corner taken. They were not going to get the kid out of LSU, but every other guy right now is still on the board, sitting for them at 32.
Well, Miami's got the pick, and we're going to get the pick here. Would they be in the market for a corner? Would they be? We haven't heard any of the names we were attaching to the Seahawks come off the board yet. Could this be it? Could it be, these teams have moved around. So Buffalo's moved, Miami has moved. Miami moves into this spot here. Buffalo after them moved into that spot.
Miami needs a lot.
So it could be. Well, let's see as the commissioner steps up to the podium. Give us the Miami Dolphins pick at number 27.
The receiver.
With the 27th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chris Johnson, defensive back, San Diego State.
And Brock throws the headsets down in disgust.
That was his guy.
That's the first guy we've heard attached to the Seahawks come off the board.
Yeah, I love Chris Johnson, man. He is a zone type of guy, Mountain West Defensive Player of the Year, All-American, 4 interceptions. 2 of those things went to the house. Great in zone. I mean, he has great eyes in zone. Really patient. He recognizes route combinations, too. He understands, like, if this receiver goes in, I'm going to get another receiver coming my way. If this guy goes short, he's going to go long. And he plays with that, again, that chip on the shoulder. These DBs, man, they are the biggest talkers on the football field. Plays with passion. I know Brock is upset.
That just sucks.
But this was a guy right here.
Let's get your thoughts.
That just sucks.
Let's get your thoughts.
And I promise you, he'd rather be a Seahawk than a Miami Dolphin sitting out here on the West Coast right now. But yeah, I mean, the corners have not gone yet, and there's nobody that climbed faster. Let me just say that. I don't think there's been a guy the last month and a half that has climbed faster. He was not on any mock drafts at the beginning of this 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, hold on a second. Whoa, really good combine. Oh, my gosh, amazing visit. Let's revisit this tape of why he was the Mountain West Conference Defensive Player of the Year, and they're showing Coach Hafley there, the defensive, minded head coach. This guy's going to be a very good player for a long time. We're going to be talking about his name like, yep, that's a really good player, and unfortunately went 5 picks before Seattle.
Yeah, we are winding our way down to Seattle, still sitting there at number 32. The 2026 NFL Draft continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the...
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey homeowners, are you stuck on the credit card treadmill and stressed because your consumer debt and monthly payments are too high? Well, Brock Huard here with a smart solution. Your home's equity in the Seattle Metro is probably larger than ever. It's like you're sitting on a stack of cash. Consider a cash-out refinance with Tila Mortgage to consolidate your high-balance credit cards, second mortgages, home equity lines of credit, and student loans, or get cash for a remodel. With interest rates finally coming down, consolidating your debt now may be the best decision you ever make. With excellent client reviews and trusted in Washington for over 25 years, Tila has competitive rates on refinance, purchase, or reverse mortgages too. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Call Tila Mortgage today, 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
TilaMortgage.com.
Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
Shopping for a new Mazda? Shop the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer, Mazda of Everett. With more new Mazdas in stock than any dealer in the region. Shop over 780 new Mazdas. Click on the Mazda of Everett price. At Mazda of Everett, exceptional customer satisfaction is the standard. Plus, at Mazda of Everett, you negotiate directly with the owner. Locally owned, trusted by thousands. Shop MazdaofEverett.com and see why we're number one.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
You're listening to live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Brock Huard taking you through the first round, which is rapidly coming to an end here as we are waiting on the Kansas City Chiefs with the 29th overall pick. They're going to be followed by the San Francisco 49ers, the Buffalo Bills, then the Seattle Seahawks. And Jadarian Price is still out there. And we're all looking at it going, okay, this is setting up because obviously Kansas City does not need a running back. They just pilfered our running back from the Super Bowl. 49ers, Bills.
Bills do not need a running back.
No.
49ers have Christian McCaffrey. Are they looking for his?
Yeah, but they're going to do it just to screw us over.
Are they looking for his successor? Yeah. So potentially the 49ers, but it feels like it could be setting up for Price to be there when we pick, but at the same time, as much as we feel that way, they rarely go with what what we think they should pick.
No, exactly, and that's John will have some reason why. And look, he's on a heater right now. The way somebody put it. So,
by the way, real quick update: the Jets traded up to San Francisco's spot at number 30, so now it's going to be the Jets picking at number 30.
Right. So you really don't. You got Breece Hall over there.
Got Breece Hall, yeah. So still feeling if the Seahawks are in the market for Price, it feels like he's based on now the Jets in front of them and the Bills and KC.
So what has San Fran added? How many fourth and fifths? And that's 3 different trades down here in the first round by John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, which again speaks to, hey, we got to get to 40 to 80. How many 40 to 80 kind of picks can we get?
Yeah, so the 49ers get pick 33, which is the first pick in the second round, and pick 179 from the Jets in exchange for 30.
Oh, that's a little bit late, but I guess they're only moving down 4 spots. So, yeah, they've been San Fran's telling you, I don't think we really are going to spend this kind of money and spend first-round kind of money on any of these draft picks.
Yeah, nobody they wanted to have a 5th-year option on.
That's right.
So, yeah, we'll see as the commissioner now making his way to the podium to announce the Kansas City Chiefs pick at number 29 overall.
With Mansour Delane.
With the 29th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Peter Woods, defensive tackle, Clemson.
So Clemson defensive tackle Peter Woods headed to the Kansas City Chiefs. Bump. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, it makes sense, man. I think offensively, they've already addressed the offensive line, right? You got to win in the trenches. Peter Woods, he's played DN. He's also played tackle as well. I like this. I like this for the Chiefs.
They're having a white party there wherever he's at, except for him. He's in a green suit. Everybody else is in pure white head to toe.
Money suit.
Is that the money suit?
Okay.
He is in the money suit. He is a bunch of these Clemson fellas that had this draft been the year before. There are a bunch of them that would have been I don't know if they would be this late in the first into the second. We talked, I think, early in the draft about the edge, T.J. Parker. He was another guy that was so much better in 24 than he was in 25. That whole Clemson team, offensively, defensively, it was a letdown of a season. They were a national title contender, a betting favorite. Didn't even make the playoff, barely 500 overall. But athletic guy, not a good defensive tackle crew. This grouping is not. He's the second. Banks was the reach out of Florida there at 18. He becomes the second defensive tackle, where usually we see these guys go more frequently.
Hey, Brock, the reason. All right, let me get your opinion on this. Dabble better get in that dang portal, man.
Yeah.
He's got to conform to the game and get in that portal and get some of these older guys, because they got expectations over there. Just a side note, what you got, Wyman?
He's still looking at everybody's attire there.
Yes.
Looked like there was a wedding party in the middle of the draft room there.
I was going to say something, and I thought,
nah, don't say it, Dave.
No,
your filter 4 hours in. Don't say it, Dave.
Honestly, what I was going to say was that there was a couple of times that I flashed Cortez Kennedy. And now, I'm not saying he's Cortez Kennedy type of player, but just the way he moves and the way he just kind of goes wherever he wants to go. Guy's pretty powerful, but yeah, I don't know. I hadn't really looked at him that much, but yeah,
he was not really a first rounder on a lot of mocks. Again, I don't think DJ had him in his top 32 players as well. But Kansas City bolsters their defense. The Jets pick her in. The Jet. Okay, here we go, Bump.
My squad.
Can they do it?
Let's go, baby. Go 3 for 3.
Your squad.
Bump, can they go 3 for 3?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna adopt the Jets this year.
Come on, Bump.
Let's go.
Where do you think they go?
What's shocking?
I think you give Geno as many weapons as possible. I think you got to keep feeding him, because Geno can play some ball, man, when he has some guys around him. So keep feeding him weapons.
Well, let's see what they do here. The commissioner making his way to the podium to announce the 30th overall pick, the selection of the New York Jets.
Right on my prediction for who they're going to take.
We were here a few years ago when they had 3 in the first round when Joe Douglas traded back in.
With the 30th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Omar Cooper Jr., wide receiver, Indiana.
Don't ask for a lot.
Nice call there, Bump. Wide receiver out of Indiana, Omar Cooper Jr. goes to the Jets with the 30th overall pick. So the Bills are on the clock, followed by the Seattle Seahawks. We'll keep you up to speed on everything happening in the first round of this draft as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
With Popeye's new $6 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $6 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
511 is now part of Seattle in the South Center Mall. It's more than a brand, it's a lifestyle built on reliability and performance. Whether you're on duty, on the trail, working out, or out for adventure, 511 delivers purpose-built clothing, bags, and footwear that stand up to the toughest demands. 511 gear is trusted by those who never settle for less. Choose 511 and live ready for anything. Are you ready to discover your 511? 511, now part of Seattle in the South Center Mall. For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know there is hope. After only 3 weeks of treatment, 86% of patients report a reduction in symptoms. Northwest Ketamine Clinics was the first ketamine clinic in the Northwest, opened 9 years ago. They now have locations in Seattle, Tacoma, and Bellevue, with more than 50,000 treatments given. Find reviews and video testimonials from real patients on their website, including Brandon.
To anyone thinking about giving it a try, if you have depression, ADHD, bipolar, any of those things feel like they would vastly benefit from it.
Everyone's path to healing is different. Schedule a free consultation today to find out if ketamine therapy is right for you. They have immediate availability, so you can get started this week. Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
Hello, my friends. It's the Graz here, encouraging you to golf local. Our region is blessed with a ton of golf that isn't very expensive and can accommodate all types of skill levels. Check out the premier courses at Bellevue, Bill Wright, Cedar Crest, Inner Bay, Jackson Park, Lake Padden, Legion Memorial, Linwood, or Walter Hall. You know, wherever you are in Western Washington, you're not far from a premier course. Why not book a tee time online or play Top Tracer at the range at Inner Bay, Bill Wright, and Jackson Park? So what are you waiting for? Play the courses. Play Premier.
Join the Dugout every Tuesday from 1 to 2 on the Bump and Stacy Show, powered by Top Fitness. Top Fitness is your #1 place for home fitness and exercise equipment, with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue. Visit topfitness.com.
Knowledge is power, and we like power.
Gone! Cal Raleigh!
Stay caught up on all things Mariners with the Seattle Sports Insider with Shannon Dreyer, exclusively on seattlesports.com and the Seattle Sports app.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Ooh, that face. Quantum Fiber Internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Gage Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum Fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of the video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum Fiber Internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
The 2026 NFL Draft.
Live coverage is powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube. 710 KIRO AM Seattle.
Good evening and welcome to the NFL Draft.
This is Seattle's sports presentation of the 2026 NFL Draft. First round.
Powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
Broadcasting live from the VMAC in Renton. Streaming on YouTube, the app, and your smart speaker. Here's your host, Bob Stelton.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletics Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, and Michael Bumpus taking you through the first round. The 31st overall pick was initially belonging to the New England Patriots. They traded with the Bills. The Bills then traded that pick to the Titans, who turned that pick into Keldrick Falk, edge rusher out of Auburn, going number 31 overall to the Tennessee Titans. And now the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock as we sit. Haven't seen anything about a trade yet. Jadarian Price, a name that's most commonly attached to the Seahawks in the mock drafts, is still sitting there. How
Can
we
hear
feeling?
the phones ringing upstairs? Take your ear off. Can you hear any of the phones upstairs?
Do we feel like the pick's going to be made? What do we think here?
Bump was real nervous. He thought Tennessee was going to hose the Seahawks and come up and get his running back because the Titans, one of the teams that do have a need, right? There was talk about maybe Jeremiah Love at number 4, Jadarian Price. Bump still on the board. We going there?
He's still there.
Is that where your heart is right now?
That's where my heart is. My mind is saying that John is going to say, relax, fellas. I'll see you tomorrow. we're going to trade back and try to get some more picks out of this whole thing. But it'd be so hard for me to pass up on Price, man. I understand why, if they were to do it. You only have 4 picks. You don't want a repeat of 2021 when you only have 3 picks in this thing. So more bites. I'm okay with more bites, but my heart says go ahead and get Price.
I think they're going to take him. How about that?
I don't, just because we think it's going to happen. And, and I don't know, maybe he goes, hey, you know what, we can get this out of Emmanuel Wilson. Yeah. So, we'll see.
Here is the biggest case for. The biggest case for is there is not another positional player. There's not another player where if you don't take him and you miss out on him, the next best player at that position is significantly different player. So there's a bunch of corners. There's still a bunch of edges.
The next best running back.
It's not even close.
Like,
I mean, Mike Washington, maybe. It's the kids out of Penn State, maybe.
Wake Forest.
Yeah, the kid out of Wake Forest is tiny. The Penn State guys have been productive, but you're talking like late 3rd, 4th round for the next running back. We're going to see a ton of corners go tomorrow. You're going to see safeties go tomorrow, edges go tomorrow. You're not going to see more than 1 running back in the 2nd round. So you
take Price is what you're saying. Salt.
They're going to
Salt. Brock. Brock. My bad.
Damn.
Brock.
What'd you
Brock
say,
and
bro?
Salk. You guys are one.
That wasn't very
one
nice
entity.
at all, really. Yeah, I think you just made the case for him taking him. He's sitting there. It's by your estimation, by a lot of people's estimation, a huge drop off to the next guy. He's sitting there. Maybe they do what we think they should do 2 years in a row. How about that?
That'd be nice.
I'm betting on that.
All right, let's go get him.
I think we were talking about Gray Zabel.
So I texted DJ this morning. I said, DJ, I'm a little concerned.
The pick is in, by the way, so there is no trade as we sit right now. The Seattle Seahawks pick is in.
They're making a pick.
Come on now.
Yep. And I was a little concerned about the number of carries and yards and production. He said, settle down.
There's John. How's the shirt doing? The shirt, there's some big rings there. There's some big rings. He was working through it. So
they're Arnold, Willie Schneider.
They're feeling good about it.
Old, giving him a fist bump.
Yep.
He said, don't be concerned. Josh Jacobs had less carries and less yards at Alabama than he did. And he shared carries, just like this kid did. Josh Jacobs has been a pretty good pro. If this kid's Josh Jacobs, you take him at 32 and don't even blink twice.
I think they're going to take him.
I
think they're going to take him. Waiting for the commissioner to make his way to the podium for the final pick in the 2026 NFL's first round of the NFL Draft. The Seattle Seahawks, again, as we sit, have not traded the pick. The pick is in. And here comes the commissioner.
He's waiting for you. He's outside on the stoop. Just waiting for you.
Come on, Rod.
Go get him.
Making his way to the podium.
Did the Raj unbutton his shirt, too? Look at him button it like Johnny.
He's got a guest here.
Feeling good.
And the Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker, is gone.
As we conclude round 1 of the 2026 NFL Draft, we're proud to continue recognizing our long-standing partnership with Make-A-Wish this World Wish Month. I'm thrilled to be joined by Dylan, a huge fan of the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks, who bravely battled a brain tumor and is now a 2-time cancer survivor. This is a wish come true for Dylan and a chance to take part in one of the most exciting moments in our league. Dylan, when you're ready, stage is yours.
What's going on with Pittsburgh? Yeah. I'm so excited to be here to represent the 12s. Oh, and the reigning Super Bowl champion, Seattle. And with that, with the 32nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jadarian Price.
There it is.
Notre Dame, running back.
Sometimes it just fits.
There it is.
Do what you're supposed to do.
There it is, Brock. Come on. Let's hear the clap. Yeah, there you go. Oh, Jadarian Price, running back out of Notre Dame, the newest addition to your Seattle Seahawks. And what a cool announcement, by the way.
Yeah,
how cool was that?
He was fired up, man.
He was blowing out the mic.
Yeah.
Bumpus and Wyman, the floor is yours. This is who you wanted.
Yeah, this is the guy I wanted. 674 yards, 11 touchdowns, 6 yards per clip. perfect for the zone. He's real patient when it comes to pressing that B. Then he slides to the backside. He really gives the play side a chance, though. And just his lateral movement is crazy. He's got runs of 58, 40, 32, and a bunch more. Can receive the ball at the backfield and saved his body playing behind the best football player in this draft in Love. I really like this pick. Made it simple, didn't complicate this thing. You got 4 running backs in the stable now. Let's go get it.
Yeah, and then, he had a couple of 100-yard kickoff returns. So, teams are going to kick away from Shaheed. That's kind of what we talked about when we profiled him. And, you look at, he's got that quality like K9 where he can freeze the outside guys and then beat them to the edge. And then you look at some of the decisions he makes, and really it's about how fast your mind works and how quickly you read blocks. And, some of the inside zone runs that he had were phenomenal. So he just reminded me a lot of K9.
You know what he reminds me of, Dave? Look at the picture of him right there. You know the Dick's mannequin at Dick's Sporting Goods with all them muscles?
All cut up?
Yeah, all that cut up stuff.
Yeah.
He's all of that. And I promise you're going to hear, and we will hear from Mike McDonald and John Schneider and say, for all the physical attributes and the production, great. This is our kind of guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and more importantly, how surprising, if at all, is it that it feels like they addressed a need. We always talked about, their needs are secondary to their board. Whatever the board says is what goes. So it tells you how they felt about him.
Yeah, and I think it was kind of honestly a merge that this is the best running back available that's left by far in the draft. And it just so happens that we need some explosiveness, especially with Sharps coming back from a knee injury. Throw on the fact he was a 4.2 GPA in high school. Throw on the fact that he had a single mom that had him at 17 and overcame 16 bouts of cancer, radiation, and chemo treatments. Factor in he was a 3-sports stud out of a small town in Texas. Factor in that he graduated from Notre Dame in 4 years. Factor in just the kind of human being. And that matters in this place now. You have built this place up and really kind of safeguarded against the selfish guys. They're no longer part of this deal. He's a team guy. He showed that as a backup to Jeremiah Love, and I think he checks a ton of boxes for him.
He stayed.
Yeah.
He got offers. He got some money offers. But he said, you know what? I'm going to finish this thing. I got a 1-2 combo here. When Charbonnet is healthy, I think this run game is going to be in a good place. Even before he gets healthy, I think this run game is going to be in a good place.
Is he a workhorse, though? Could he eventually become your premier back? Could he be a 20-carry-a-game kind of guy, or is he more suited to a dual role, if you will?
I think he could, but I don't think you necessarily want to put him in that position either. I think the way the NFL is going, if you look at the teams who really rush the football, unless you are a Derrick Henry, you got one of those special type of running backs, the league is going to a 1-2 combo because the shelf life is only 3 to 4 years in this league, honestly, at the running back spot. So you want to save him. Can he take 20, 25 carries? I think so, but I think what we learned last year, especially watching Kubiak call plays, is that, look, you mix it up, you put him in a position to succeed, save some snaps, save some legs.
You remember all these years covering these drafts and sitting here, even some of these years going, what? Bruce Irvin? And some of them worked great, and some of them didn't. Right?
James Carpenter. What?
You never even talked about this guy. And then the last number of years, from Devin Witherspoon, last year to Zabel, you guys have been talking about Jadarian Price. For the last few years, they kind of done the move that I don't want to say conventional. That's too simple to say because they've done all their homework. But it seems like conventional wisdom and their thought process have kind of blended together, Dave.
Yeah, they don't draft for need. They draft the best available player. So that's what's really comforting about it. But they did need that. And, to me, I thought that guy was the most qualified running back to replace K9. Now, K9, I mean, look, he's a step above, and, the cuts are going to be quicker and the reads and all that for him. And, but like you said, he's conquered at every level in every phase of life. And, seems like a great kid. And, yeah, I just think it's a perfect fit. But it's just weird that, I know, Bob, you were really excited about even Worry last year about, moving up to get him. And then, like you said, they took Gray Zabel in a spot where everybody thought he was going to, be taken. And it actually aligned with what they need. And, again, I believe that that's the best available player at that position.
There's kind of a baseline skill set to play running back in this system. And your very first analysis of that ability to read and jump cut, right? You can just kind of close your eyes and picture K9 and Charbonnet last year through the course of that season as one of the best rushing teams in the league. And how many times, it's not just straight line speed. And that's where there was a massive drop-off. The Mike Washington kid from Arkansas, very athletic, like, even faster in a 40 straight line,
right?
But not side to side. Not that just vision and that feel, and then that one cut that is just like, whoa, that's just different. And these two running backs were different. They went in the first round. They just both so happened to be at the same institution, and the Seahawks didn't trade. And I don't think it was because they couldn't find a trade partner. I'm sure they'll be asked about that upstairs here in a few minutes with the press conference. Hey, were there any trades? Could you have done? I bet their phone was ringing.
Yeah.
But maybe that Tennessee thing even scared them a little bit.
It scared me. I know they were shook too, man.
A couple of notes from Adam Schefter here. He says there's never been a year in which the top two running backs were selected from the same school. So now with Jeremiah Love and Price, they accomplished that feat. And, by the way, Pittsburgh broke the all-time round one attendance record with 320,000 fans tonight, topping the 275,000-plus who attended in Detroit in 2024 per the NFL. Wow. 320,000 fans tonight. So just unreal, the attendance out there. We'll continue to break this down. We got the press conference coming your way. Everything you need to know about the 2026 NFL Draft coming your way as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th. So text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of this settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's FUEL.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's the 2026 NFL Draft.
Live coverage is powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus taking you through this entire first round. It is finished with the Seahawks actually making a pick. I think the consensus seemed to be, for the most part, I'll say Brock was 50-50, but most people believing they were going to trade out because we took John Schneider at his word. He spoke with the media yesterday and said, yeah, everybody knows we've got 4 picks, so we're looking to trade back. Now, do we think that was a smokescreen, a little misdirection, or do we think, all right, the right deal just wasn't there for him?
I think that
because he said it so casually, like it's
but
just
that's
obvious.
That's why on our show we had the conversation, and they were like, "Do we just take what he says?" I go, "No, you never just take what a GM says in situations like this because things change. You go in. What did Mike Tyson say? You go into a fight with a plan to get punched in the face. You go into a draft with a plan until Ty Simpson gets drafted 13, until Titans move back to 31, until all this movement happens. So you're constantly adjusting. But I think that they definitely picked up the phone. I think that they thought about some offers, but when it was all said and done, I think it happened the way that Wyman said, that it's a 2-for-1. You got a need. You didn't have to reach. He fell into your lap. Let's not complicate it and pick up a running back that this team needed.
And based on some of these values back that you referenced for San Francisco, per se, who traded back and back and back, you were not going to trade back for a 4th or 5th rounder. You moved on for those for Rashid Shaheed for a reason, because you didn't feel like those guys are going to be long-term Seahawks plays. So, yeah, I think he said that, make sure everybody knows he got that club in my bag, but I don't have to play that. And, in fact, if this, Jadarian Price is there, and he's going to play a role. Like, listen to that Hard Knocks music coming back. Hard Knocks going to be here. Hard Knocks going to have their camera on that rookie because he's gonna come in here, and there's going to be – this isn't, hey, you're behind Sharps and K9, and you just kind of like, no. You're going to hit the ground running. You're going to have every opportunity to take the ball and run with it.
I got to find a way to get on Hard Knocks. Bob, we got to try to get on there somehow.
I got a few ideas for you, Dave.
Yeah, Paul Sylvie today, I did that show with him that you did. And, he said, why don't you wear those old-fashioned bike coaching shorts?
I would think so.
Yes. I'll put the waist right around the equator.
Yes.
Right there.
Is it really worth it to get on the show looking like that? I don't know.
Dave, I think so. Go for it. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Brock. I know you always have my best interest in mind.
I think you should just take your shirt off and run into the middle of practice.
Hey, I think John will say tomorrow that I never thought in a million years that Jadarian Price would be there. And I think that was why he said that. I don't think he was trying to throw anybody off. I think he just thought, I would be surprised if he didn't say that. So I think that's where that whole thing came from, I think. And it was like too good to be true because we talked about him on our show. And I think a lot you guys did as well. And it's like, this guy, he can help us on special teams as well. Brock, great info on all, Bump, the background on the kid and what he is, and he's one of their guys. And I was talking about this during the break that, talking to Eric Kennedy and, all the guys like Trent Kirchner and the guys that I know in the organization, they all talk about how they have a very specific idea of who is one of our guys, who is a dog, who is a dude that we want. And I'm just thrilled that they picked Jadarian Price because, obviously he has all of those traits. Otherwise they wouldn't have picked him there. But also it's the second year in a row where it's filled a need, but also got a really good player. And if he can have the kind of rookie year that Nick Eamon-Warry had or Gray Zabel had, it's going to be phenomenal.
If Chris Johnson were there.
Yeah, that's
the only name attached to the Seahawks in mock drafts that went in this draft outside of Price.
That's a legitimate question. We won't know the answer to that. They're not going to
What does your gut tell you, though? They're both available at 32. Who do they go with?
Yeah, based on just the market conditions of this draft, it could have been running back again because only, 2 corners went in the whole first round? I think if I have that right, Chris Johnson was the second corner. There was not another corner after him. So only 2 corners go.
Mansour out of LSU.
So when you look tomorrow at the next 10 corners, right, and D'Angelo Pons is on there, Traden Stukes is on there. There's like a bunch of corners. Like the market just said in this first round, like, no, the corners can go in the second round. But as I said, you're not going to take the risk of getting the 3rd running back in this class this year. That guy is not going to come in here and likely help you like this kid can.
I think for 2 first rounds in a row, the choice was so easy for these guys, right? Gray Zabel at 18. The doubts were, can he play at this level? He goes to the Senior Bowl, just dominates, he falls into your lap. And then you move on to this one. I think this was just an easy pick. When I look at this offense or this roster in general, yes, you're a little thin at the DB spot. Maybe you're bringing someone, you brought someone to push Ty Okada at the safety spot. But the running back spot was the only spot I'm looking at and saying, I'm not sure. It's nothing against George Holani, nothing against Kenny McIntosh or Emmanuel. I just wasn't sure. And I always want to go off of production that I've seen as of late. And as of late, I've seen Price make a lot of great runs. And in this offense, you got to be a patient runner. I think that's where K9 kind of started going is, one, he got more reps when Zach Charbonnet went down, but he became patient, right? He let the play kind of develop for him, and that's something that Price is just really good at.
One thing to keep an eye on, one thing that he's going to have to improve upon, that K9 and Charbonnet were beyond extraordinary, is ball security, is job security.
Right.
Those guys didn't fumble in like 1,900 carries. This kid had 5 fumbles. He had 3 down in the red zone. Like that ball security, job security, you can't clean that up, but you are coming into this league and that track record will be known. You will be attacked. You will be attacked all offseason, all camp, all training camp. It will be a hyper focus. You can improve it. Just like Sam Darnold cut down on fumbles in the second half of the year, you can improve that. But if there's just a little something there to keep an eye on through the offseason into training camp, that would be the one little bugaboo on the track record.
Yep. So what do we think that running back room ultimately looks like? Because right now you've got a couple of injury guys in Charbonnet and Kenny McIntosh, who Dave and I both talked a lot about for a guy who's barely been out there. Seemed like he had some electricity to him at times, and I'd love to see what he could do. Maybe nothing. But you have Holani. You bring in Emmanuel Wilson on a 1-year deal. Yeah. It's not a ton of money, obviously, so not a huge commitment. But you're sitting there with, 5 backs as we speak right now. Well, what's that look like?
You know how this thing works. Mm-hmm. My man was drafted in the first round.
Right.
He running with the ones as soon as he steps in this door, and everyone else is going to have to try to catch him. But I think guys I think what I've learned from Mike McDonald, too, is that he's not just going to throw guys to the curb. Right, George Holani has some money in the bank here. Yep. He's made some couple plays. He's been good in pass pro. I think Emmanuel has played in the league already, so he's going to get some love as well. But when it's all said and done, you got to give pick number 32 an opportunity. But also at the same time, keep them in reality and know that if you're not doing the job, we will put the number 2 and number 3 in. We saw that all last year when it comes to guys on the line, guys defensively, a linebacker in the secondary. McDonald's not afraid to make some moves. So I think initially number 32 is going to get some reps. But if he's not up to par, these guys are going to play too.
As you speak through that, it's a good incubator. You got Charbonnet, who may not be on the field early, but he is a pro and a technician. You got George Holani, who gets everything out of what he has physically and mentally and as a pass protector and gained an immense amount of trust in the title game and the Super Bowl. So you have a kind of a couple guys to incubate and learn and go, this is how you do it. And now use your God-given skill set that's pretty unique with that burst and explosion. Use that now to fold into the rest of the family.
The other thing, not to get ahead of ourselves, but going into camp, I always talk about coming back your second year and how much better you feel. And, we talked about Gray Zabel and Nick Eamon-Warry, but Elijah Arroyo is going to get better.
Right.
Riley Mills. He finished in fantastic fashion. And then, you got Torrey Horton. Hopefully he can stay healthy. You got Ooch. You got Bryce Cabledew. You got Mason Richmond. So I'm really excited to see those guys start to develop as well. And so, that it's not just Eamon-Warry and Zabel. and in that in that first or that draft last year. So that's another thing I'm really looking forward to and really excited. But I could not be more happy about a draft, just because we all kind of thought the same way. Bob and I were asked by Justin right before the show, like, what do you want to happen? That was exactly it.
I wanted more out of your reaction. Like, I didn't see any bounce. I didn't see you.
No clapping.
That's because you were over there being a jackass.
No, I was not. I was calm. I didn't see any chest bumps. I was just it was.
Yeah, Brock was all subdued on Xanax. It was, there it was.
We had to sedate Brock.
A reminder, our NFL draft coverage is powered by Home Comfort Alliance. It continues the 2026 NFL draft. The first round in the books. We got the press conference coming up. All of that live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center right here. Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's FUEL.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Unbelievable prices? Incredible performance? Bah! At Pacific Power Batteries, we strive to be believable. In fact, product knowledge and guidance in application gives us credibility. Having an informative website just adds to it. At Pacific Power Batteries, our prices and values are believable. We look for great people to hire and train carefully to be credible. Locally owned, credible company with believable salespeople is the best that we at Pacific Power Batteries can provide.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Get down with Casey and the Sunshine Band when they take the stage at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Sunday, May 17th at 8 p.m. The iconic 70s group has toured around the world, and now they're bringing their blend of funk, disco, and R&B to Muckleshoot Casino Resort on May 17th. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net. Live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft is powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Brock Huard, Michael Bumpus. We took you through the entire first round. And by the way, tune in tomorrow starting at 4 p.m. We'll be here at 3, Dave. We're going to get everybody primed and ready from 3 o'clock on, and then at 4.
Left goes our hype man.
That's right. That's right. The ball will start rolling. We'll have Michael Bumpus with us. Brian Walters will be here. I believe Brady Henderson is going to be with us tomorrow. Brock Huard just said, I've had enough of you guys. One night is enough. So we'll do our best without him.
Actually, after my Vrabel joke, I've been suspended for tomorrow. So sorry about that.
Well, let's start with Brock, since you're not going to be here tomorrow. What do we expect? As we sit, the Seahawks have the last pick in the second, number 64 overall. They've got a third-round pick, which is number 96, and then a sixth-round pick, so no fourth or fifth. They got a sixth-round pick, number 188. So let's just start 64. Do they make that pick? Do they trade up?
I think
do they trade out?
I think you could easily make that pick. Just at least from the value you got back tonight, there was nothing that I was like overwhelmed of. Oh, look at these guys! They now have 5 picks between 40 and 80. I don't think you're getting into the 5th or 6th round tomorrow. I don't think that's a priority like it's been in the past, because there's not much difference from what I understand from talking to the folks in here. 5th, 6th, 7th, and undrafted. Like there just is not that line this year in this group. An old real estate boss of mine said the market is what the market's willing to pay. And the market tonight was willing to pay, once again, for big people. Every offensive lineman I had on here, I had 7 draft-eligible offensive tackles tonight. They all went.
And then another that wasn't on your list, right?
Yeah. And, well, you were looking for Keelan Rutledge. He was a guard. He was a guard that went in the early 20s, along with the big kid from Graham Kapowis. So big people went, even 2 D tackles that not many people had mocked into the first round. Those guys go. So the market tonight said big people, like it did last year. Tomorrow, we're going to see a ton of corners. And there's a lot of corners I like.
Is that what you think, Bump? That because I would love it if that D'Angelo Pons kid fell to 64.
Dave, you called this. You wanted him. Just put it into existence.
Yeah.
You wanted Price. You get Price. Tell the world you want
into existence.
D'Angelo Pons.
No, I just pulled it out of my tailpipe, really. Yeah, I mean, corner bump seems like that's the next logical thing, and it just seems like Schneider is drafting the way we want him to, for whatever reason. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but yeah, I mean, that seems like the next position of need, the most dire.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much talent out there still. You got McCoy out of Tennessee, Terrell out of Clemson, Hood out of Tennessee. I don't know how to say his last name, Brandon
Cisse out of
South Carolina. Keontae Scott out of Miami. D'Angelo Pons out of Indiana.
Braden Stukes out of Arizona.
Stukes. I mean, that has to be the way that you go. With Rick not being here, Kobe not being here. Remember going into the season last year, we looked at the DB room and thought how deep it was. And all of a sudden, it gets a little thin. You do bring some guys in to compete. But I think that this is where you really hit. I mean, this is where the Hawks, I feel like, really make their money. Yes, you do well in the first round. You get your guys. But it's those later draft picks that we've seen these guys come here, develop, and contribute early.
I'll tell you the other area of opportunity. I don't think it's necessarily need, and certainly not for the 26 season if Chenna and D-Law and everybody runs it back. But just the kind of life expectancy of D linemen and contractually where Derek Hall is and where Chenna is, like that edge spot, and there's a lot of edge like flavors. There's a couple Michigan kids. I'm looking at Zion Young, the Akis, the ferocious edge out of Illinois. Like corner and edge, while 6 of them went in this draft in the first round at defensive end, there's another 6 or 7 more into the second and third round that have a little Seahawk to them, that have a little edge setting, physicality, and to kind of replenish just the age of that room, that would also not surprise me.
Well, and Lefkoe, because I was like, well, you still got 3 guys, right? You got Derek Hall, and you got D-Law and you got Uchenna, but Uchenna carries that huge cap hit.
Yep.
And he's getting older. Same thing with D-Law. Maybe he plays one more year, and then you got Derek Hall. So all of a sudden, it starts to look kind of thin at edge. And I know John thinks that you can't have enough pass rushers.
Yeah, I mean, we knew going into this draft that the defense was going to shine, right, with all the edge talent. I think that's why we saw the approach that we saw during this draft. You talk about the offensive linemen going early or whatnot, because teams know that you still have a guy like Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma sitting there. You still have a guy like T.J. Parker out of Clemson sitting there. I mean, I'm looking at my scout sheet. 8 of the 12 to 14 edge guys I really dove into are still on the market. So, yeah, that has to be a focal point because, like I said before, I don't think the offense needs a lot of fixing. It doesn't need a lot of tweaking. The one position that you really needed, it fell into your lap. So now you focus on that defense because of what you just said, Dave, because Uchenna is going to have a big cap hit. We're still waiting to see what D-Law is going to do. Right. Is he going to ride off into the sunset or not? So, yeah, you got to focus on some of these guys. The guy I really like right now is Mason Thomas. I think that he's a project. I think he still has a lot more to grow into, but his foundation is set. And I think they definitely address the edge and the cornerback spot tomorrow.
Are we surprised they haven't done anything with Uchenna's deal, a restructure of some sort? I think last check he was like the 3rd highest paid. Maybe that shifted since JSN's deal. But
did that twice, right? I think they've already over the last couple years reconfigured that thing.
And I know it's always kind of kicking the can down the road, so to speak. But it just feels like based on where he ranks in terms of pay and the impact of the salary cap that they would try to do something.
I think the next thing you're going to see is Spoon. And I like the fact that Spoon was here
the
this
extension,
week.
yeah.
Yes. The fact that Devin Witherspoon was here this week at the start of their off-season training. And I had kind of a curious eye to that because JSN got paid, Charles Cross got paid, and Witherspoon's going to get paid. They want to do that. And I was kind of curious that without a deal being done, would he show up? Would he be here? And the answer, once again, is yeah. Because I'm a Seahawk, and I love my dudes here, and I want to be around these guys.
And John was telling us today he was up there. I don't know if he said they were having lunch together, they were chatting, but he referenced Spoon.
Yeah, that's what I heard that from Eric Kennedy as well, the equipment guy. And he's got his finger on the pulse of this team. And he's like, it's just amazing what's going on here. You would have never thought that this is a team the way that they're behaving in the off season. It's like they lost and they had a losing record,
right?
So that's
hungry, right?
Yep.
There's some trust in this building, and Spoon doesn't show up if he doesn't trust or believe that they're going to get this deal done. And it's been fun to hear because we do the huddle on Thursdays, and there hasn't been one interview where these guys walked out of here and I'm like, I don't know if I really like that guy.
Never,
not one. So the evals are right when it comes to guys on the field.
10 years ago, were you?
Oh, well, I ain't been in the game. I ain't been in the game that long.
That's not wrong.
It's been refreshing because I've been covering the Hawks. This will be my 10th season, and I've come across some guys where I'm like, I wouldn't have a beer with that dude.
Yeah. It's going to be. I mean, I'm curious. The perception is the offseason's been poor for this team, right? People that do the rankings or the moves, and here's who you lost, here's who you gained. Does it feel like there's been a big exodus or something you look at and go, how do they account for this guy being gone or that? It doesn't. And with all due respect to Mafe and to Kobe Bryant, who I really wanted to stay, by the way, and K9 and Reek, I mean, are they substantial? Did they take a big step back? Did they take?
The
is
perception
it a small step?
Is because of K9, and it's a fantasy football world we live in, and he's a 1,000-yard rusher, and he did so good on the biggest stage where 150 million people watched. So how are you going to possibly replace that? I don't know if Jadarian Price changes that narrative tonight, but he will, to Bump and Dave's point, have the opportunity to hit this ground running when he comes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the perception changes perhaps when the draft is all done. And all right, hey, the world champs look like they're restocked and ready to go. And we'll talk more about that. Still awaiting the press conference with John Schneider and Mike McDonald, as well as we continue with coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimosabi. We're just making sure it's loaded with content. Only from the home of the Seahawks and the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
It's funny how you get used to things in not so ideal condition around the house. It's Dave Wyman here, and for me, it was old windows. After 20 years in our home, virtually every window had a broken seal. We got used to cold drafts, outside noises, and condensation. And if you're in the same boat, use this spring to say goodbye to the old, dreary windows and hello to your new exclusive windows from Harley Exteriors. Right now, they're having a spring cleaning sale to complete your home makeover. If you buy 10 windows, you can choose between 20% off your entire project or get a free door. On top of that, make 0 payments and accumulate 0 interest for up to 12 months for qualified buyers. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade, manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
Hello, my friends. It's DeGraws here, encouraging you to golf local. Our region is blessed with a ton of golf that isn't very expensive and can accommodate all types of skill levels. Check out the premier courses at Bellevue, Bill Wright, Cedar Crest, Interbay, Jackson Park, Lake Patton, Legion Memorial, Linwood, or Walter Hall. You know, wherever you are in Western Washington, you're not far from a premier course. Why not book a tee time online or play Top Tracer at the range at Interbay, Bill Wright, and Jackson Park? So what are you waiting for? Play the courses. Play Premier.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
You're listening to live coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft.
Powered by Home Comfort Alliance.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
First round is in the books of the 2026 NFL Draft as our coverage continues live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, Brock Huard with you, taking you through the entirety of the draft. And we've got the press conference now with the Seahawks president of football operations and general manager John Schneider, along with Mike McDonald speaking with the media.
I assume you probably got some calls to try to trade down there, and you obviously resisted and took Jadarian. Just kind of what went into that process there, and what you like about it?
Yeah, great player, great person. We thought we had some opportunities for a minute. They fell apart. There's a lot of trading going on there, right ahead of us. But I mean, he kind of stood alone. I mean, great player. The person's outstanding. The competitor. He's just he's a Seahawk. It's really cool. I mean, we were actually concerned that people were going to go ahead of us because it was it felt like it was just so out there, in terms of like mock drafts and what have you.
You thought somebody was going to jump ahead of you for him, is that reason?
Mm-hmm.
What about the person attracted you? Mason, Mike, you talk about the culture you created. How are you projecting him merging into that culture?
Well, I think it's a testament to our process and like the alignment we have from the personnel folks all the way to like Thomas Hammock, the process on the coaching side. I think the great thing that we've done in the 3 years that we've worked together is like, especially in the first round, the guys that we've brought onto our team we're really confident about like the type of people they are and the type of the Seahawk way of doing business around here. So that, in addition to being a great player and being dynamic and our vision for him and our offense, I mean, just can't help but be really excited about it. So I think it's a great fit.
What about him says that's a Seahawk? That's the guy.
Well, I think it just comes in different like forms, right? But you learn about the person, about the leadership, the resiliency, the humility. I mean, just the commitment to Notre Dame by staying there.
Yeah, loyalty. Yeah,
loyalty. I mean, it's like family story, all those things. I mean, it's a great, cool story. Someone that you get excited about, you love talking to, and you can envision him, just sticking out here. Like you can feel him in the building and feel like he's one of us. So.
Mike, you talked about the fit in the offense.
You guys fighting for airtime?
You talked about the fit in the offense. How do you foresee his skill set meshing with the offense that Ken Walker had so much success in for you guys last year?
Well, we're going to run wide zone, and he's going to run wide zone, and then we're going to run some gap scheme. He's going to run some of that too, and then the pass game can come alive too. I think that's a part of our offense in general that we can take another step in, is including our halfbacks in the pass game. So, and then he's a great special team player as well. I mean, the kick return stuff. We'll see how it shakes out in other phases, but. He's gonna come in, compete with the rest of the guys, and let's go rock and roll.
John, he's not a starter there at Notre Dame for reasons, obviously.
Yeah.
And only had 5 catches in his college career. What's the challenge of trying to project some of that, both on the workload front and the receiving front, when you're trying to figure out what he can be as a full package for you when you didn't necessarily have that in college?
Yeah, great question. But believe it or not, it really wasn't that hard because he could, his pro day was outstanding. You could see the way. I'm very good friends with his agent. His agent went to him, a couple years ago and was like, "Yeah, you need to, improve in the passing game or whatever." And so he would on his own listen to him. Went and got with his the receivers group and work with those guys, receiver coach too, and yeah, I mean, I just think it's a pretty cool story that these 2 guys get drafted in the first round too, from the same school, and it was really a story you watched like all fall. I mean, these guys were dynamic. The 2 of these guys, different runners, but yeah, I feel like it's actually kind of like talking to you guys about JSN, just like with his high school career in Texas. It was like 5,000 yards and say 55. Like 55 touchdowns.
Yeah, 55.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about your running back?
Because you ask a question.
You both talked about loyalty. Yeah. Over the past few years, you've been rewarding players that stay at their schools instead of transferring. Why is loyalty such an important part of being a Seahawk?
I don't know if we've like explicitly talked about it. You know, I think it's just part of the overall like picture of the person that we evaluate, and it probably isn't a coincidence that it keeps coming up. You know, so but I don't know, John.
Yeah, I think that stuff just manifests itself in our competitor scale too. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a level of there's certain, you know, character aspects that you have to conduct yourself in a certain manner to be able to compete at that level too. So, yeah, it's really just part of our whole character score.
That's a better answer.
John, you mentioned that in the first round that the trade test kind of hard to figure out what's going on. Like, were you surprised by how many trades were happening over and over in the last whatever was back then?
Yeah, it was weird. I thought we were going back for sure, and then things just went like no. So I think everybody must have been hyper focused there with like Rutledge, Chris Johnson, Falk. I forget who else right in there. Sorry, it just happened.
Can you guys talk about the role your running back coach played in making this choice?
Yeah, I mean, we're all part of it. Yeah. He did have great Zoom interviews, though. Like, he had a great Zoom interview with.
Yeah, Thomas is a stud. He's a beast. I mean, I think he's just kind of dove in head first with how we operate here, and he's someone that I've leaned on since he's got here in terms of some of like the big picture head coaching stuff. I mean, obviously you trust his opinion on. I mean, been coaching high level running backs for a really long time, in addition to being a really successful head coach. So, but I think it's about par for the course on position coach involvement in terms of our process.
What are some of the skills as a runner that stand out?
Man, instant acceleration, vision, like cutback ability, but his ability to work it back, like not just completely bouncing it all the time, just kind of like work it back inside. And then probably his contact balance.
How much where Ty Simpson and John complicated your efforts to trade back?
I'm not sure. I can't answer that.
Was a quarterback the dynamic that you anticipated would be at 32?
Well, you know, you try to project these things out, and you know, we identified a couple teams that it might happen with, but it was a little. I don't know who was trying to trade for him or not. I can't answer that.
You measured 203 at the combine. How does that factor in the eval, and what would be the ideal weight you'd want him to play at?
I think that's a little light. I think that was a few pounds lighter than he said he played at. I think it's one of those things where once we get him in our program and figure out what the best like body comp is for him. I mean, I don't know if there's an ounce of fat on him, but we'll look at it and see what's best for us and best for him, and kind of go from there, right? I mean, we'll see.
He's 11 touchdowns. What does that say about his finishing ability and decisiveness?
Yeah, like I said, I mean, his one of his super talents is basically just his ability to cut back and then kind of like crease it, and he's just got that, like, I mean, he has home run speed. He has a lot of explosive runs, and he's he's returned 3 kickoffs for touchdowns in his career, 2 this year. You know, that's such a unique feel. The USC game was ridiculous. Yeah, just like that. You know, that's like the instant acceleration.
John, you talked about how you guys got for your team and the boards for your team, but you're also trying to figure out where other people are going to pick. Was this a harder year to kind of scout where people were going to fall in this draft?
Yeah. I'm sorry, there was a big gap. I'm trying to think of it, but I don't want to give away. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. But yeah, it was a little more It's been a little bit. It's unique. It's been a unique first round.
Like obviously you guys
It
have.
went really fast. It was like
3 hours.
Yeah.
You have Rashid, but do you anticipate Jadarian helping out on kickoff return?
We're gonna train him, and we'll just take it from there. So it's probably all I know right now.
Okay, when you identify somebody, when we talk about Jadarian, say he's a Seahawk, how is it instantaneous when you meet somebody, like you kind of know right off the bat, or is it take a few minutes, how does that usually?
I mean, John can answer it too. To me, it's kind of just the culmination of the whole process. I think it happens at different times. I think probably the common denominator is like the shared excitement from everyone that's had like encounter with these people, and that's what gets you fired up. Is a lot of people that you respect, and they know them very way better than I do, and then yeah, that's what gets you fired up about it.
John, recognize you're pleased with the pick, but is there any concern with only having 3 picks the rest of the way as it stands right now?
Yeah, there's concern. Yeah. No, absolutely not. Yeah. No, I did honestly think we were going to be able to move there for a minute and still maybe have a shot at him. But sometimes these things they just don't work out. Like we talked about on the radio show today. I mean, 2021, I believe, we had the 3 picks, and we really wanted D, and so we picked him. And then the next pick, it was like we couldn't really move, and then same thing. So just at some point you have to make a decision.
As you guys studied, I keep mispronouncing the name, Jadarian, was there a play that like really stood
JD,
out?
cool kids call him JD, yeah.
Was there a play that really you guys like watched over and over again that really stood out?
Oof, that's a good question.
It's like a swing pass against Pitt.
Yeah, that was cool. The Arkansas kind of swing pass. It was Arkansas.
Yeah, Arkansas.
Call swing pass and cut all the way
Mike,
back to score. I guess I wasn't done answering the question.
You get that?
Didn't mean to-
No. Go ahead.
Philosophically, are you like, hey, he's a first round guy. Was Zach hurt right now? He's RB1 from the first snap, or do you kind of more put him in the back of the line and he's got to earn his way up? Like, where are you on? How do you stand on that type of thing?
I think we'll just. I don't have a standing philosophy, honestly. Just come in, coach him up. You know, he'll get reps with all the groups probably at some point, and we'll go from there. You know, we're not just gonna stick him right there with the ones. But I mean, he's gonna have ample opportunity to earn a bunch of carries and a bunch of touches.
Mike, you mentioned Jadarian's family life. You talked about his mom's passed to us.
Yep.
Did you see how that made him, or what kind of impact that was, or what that spoke to you about?
Well, look, I'm hearing the story from the people that are involved in the process, and you know, it's an interesting exercise to put yourself in their shoes from when that happened in their life, and it, like that really grounds you pretty quickly, you know. And so I mean, a lot of these guys throughout the whole process, you're just like, holy smokes, man! Like, you know, for them to be able to put themselves in this situation in their lives, given a lot of things that they've had to go through, is just really, really impressive. So you can't help but respect a lot of these guys.
John, some of the scouting reports on have some concern listed about ball security. What have you kind of seen from him in that area and in scouting him and evaluating?
Yeah, I think it's 3 times in the last 2 seasons, and it's something that I mean, Thomas Hammock's awesome, and he was already talking to him about some things on these Zoom calls, you know. So, yeah, I'm sure he'll improve.
Mike, as you're evaluating whether he is RB1, RB2, wherever he is, what is Zach's timeline, by the way? Just a rough timeline.
I can't give you a timeline right now, but I can tell you he's killing it. Like, he's just as we knew he would.
Yeah.
You know, we've said it the whole. If you're going to bet on anybody, it's Zach Charbonnet. But I'm excited for him. He's in great spirits. Like, you know, the guys downstairs are doing a great job with him, and you know, I think you just with these long-term injuries, you just got to, like, you know, I say it all the time. You just got to, like, stack these things. You got to be able to get to the next thing and then go rip it, and that's what he's doing. So I'm excited for Zach.
John, whether it was Jadarian or someone else, how big of a priority was coming out of this draft with a running back for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, it was important. It wasn't any, I mean, we weren't going to like completely force it, but it was important. There's still some darn good running backs left, but yeah, it was definitely, you know, if you said, hey, your needs, yeah, it was definitely one of our, when we just lost a you know, really good runner in Ken Walker, you know. So yeah.
Anything else? Brian brought us, said if you could.
So that's a yes, Dave. Yeah.
If you could draft a running back at every pick, you would.
Yeah, yeah.
What's your background?
Yeah, so well, I played the position growing up, and okay, Brian. And then, you know, when I started, it was like the position I was best at evaluating. And so, like, I didn't really know how to evaluate safeties as very well or quarterbacks. So I was kind of like, well, this running back's pretty good, and that running back's pretty good, and that guy's good at this and that, you know. So, yeah, he's not wrong.
All right, thank you.
All right, on that note, have a good evening.
See you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, there you go. There is John Schneider, Mike McDonald addressing the media as at the conclusion of the first round of the NFL Draft for 2026 style, where Seattle Seahawks keep their pick at number 32 and go with a running back out of Notre Dame, Jadarian Price. So, closing thoughts, Pump, before we get out of here for the evening?
Yeah, I'm a very happy Seahawks analyst right now. I wanted Price, got Price. It wasn't complicated. A lot of movement happened before you got to that spot that could have derailed what I thought was the plan. I think if Chris Johnson was available, he would be in the mix as well. But this is a good old 2-for-1. You know, you get a need, you got a want, and I'm excited, man. I think that this running back room is going to be just fine.
What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, he's the best player there. And it just so happens that the last couple of years it's aligned for John. He's not picking for need. And when those two come together, it's a beautiful thing. So, yeah, I loved it. And, you know, like to see a corner and an edge rusher tomorrow. But, yeah, I just think they're killing it right now.
Yeah, I think everybody's happy. The response on the text, on social media, everybody's happy. And even better, the Rams took a quarterback in Ty Simpson at 13 overall. That made people happy. So that is going to do it for us. Want to thank Brock Huard, who took off, couldn't hang out with us. He was sick of us, so he left. Michael Bumpus, who will be back with us tomorrow. Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman with you, along with our guy Mike Lefko. Justin, Trevor, and Brenna helping out behind the scenes, doing a great job. Make sure you join us tomorrow. We'll be coming to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with the second day of the 2026 NFL Draft. We'll be with you starting at 3 p.m. right here, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle's best NFL draft coverage is only getting started. Tomorrow, with the Mariners and Cardinals on the airwaves with pregame starting at 4.
Holy smokes!
Be one of the cool kids and pull up Seattle Sports draft coverage on YouTube on one screen and stream the Mariners live on the second screen.
Holy catfish!
Or go double browser tab. It's your world, Kimo Sabe. We're just making sure it's loaded with content.